Hey everyone, Matt Landfair here with Primary and Secondary. This is ModCast number 84. We have a really cool panel today. We're going to be talking about the history and advancement of modern combat firearms. It's a cool topic. I like it. It kind of, we started talking about this a little bit last week with Dugan and figured out, you know what, we have some really cool guys that can talk to us even further about this, and we can go into the weeds heavily. So we'll start out with some intros. My background's in law enforcement, firearms instructor, armorer, law enforcement, video gaming, family. Yeah, that's about it. Jose.
Oh, I hit the unmute button. Army dude, doing Army things, like the Army, and a family dude. Cool?
Oh, that's cool. And yeah, everyone on this panel have a good background to participate. So if they just say they're an Army dude, there's more going on than that. So Jordan.
Yeah, let's see. I'm Jordan. No, I've got about, 10, 12 years now into firearms design and development for various companies. Currently doing some consumer product stuff, but yeah, it all works out the same. Student of the gun, I guess.
And prior to us going live, we were talking a little bit about video gaming and how he had some involvement in the development of some weapons, some futuristic weapons in a prominent video game, which is really cool, which hopefully is going to add an additional aspect to this, which is really cool because who knows where we're going in the future. Jim Hodge of Hodge Defense.
Law dog for a while, contracted for a longer while, and the owner of Hodge Defense Systems. Actually, people would argue with me because my wife owns 68% of it, and they tease me about it. But I'm the man behind it.
And what was the joke that the H was changed to an M?
Oh, yeah. And I had government people calling me up going, did you change names? And I'm like, what do you mean? Well, we saw in Soldier Systems that there was and they bastardized my wife's name too.
Oh.
Marisol Defense. We don't know who that is. It's like, that's my wife. Magpul, it was a joke by Magpul. They showed up to an event with MD stickers. My wife's first name is Marisol. She's also an MD. And they just thought that would be clever and funny. So there you go.
I blame Eric. It's all his fault. Eric Graves.
Knipe.
Oh, and speaking of Knipe, he actually was going to be joining us, but some stuff came up. But I saw it on Soldier Systems as well. And then we have Dugan for color commentary.
Hello, I'm Dugan. Can you hear me?
We can. Can you see us?
I can see you. I can see you really well. I have 2010 vision, but now I have about 20.25.
So with that in mind, you're going to help us also be able to look into the future so we can further our conversation.
That's correct. I'm a prior service, and I quit Copenhagen today, and I'm experimenting with some nicotine gum, which is supposed to be. My doctor said that it gives you way more of a buzz, so I bought a box of this, and it's really not cutting it. But the box is so large, I got to wait, until I get through it.
I think if you chew the entire box simultaneously, you'll probably get what you're looking for.
Gotcha.
So some of the topics that we were kind of discussing that I thought would be kind of neat would be talking about the progression going from the 1911 to where we are now to what's coming up, discussing the STG-44 to the AK to the AR to M4 to what's coming, and also the revolution in ammunition, how the 9mm, that's turned into a very viable option because of the change in ammunition. So with that in mind, I think the STG-44 thing would be an interesting one to start with. Hey, so Jordan?
Yes.
What is your knowledge on that STG-44?
I've actually spent quite a bit of time tearing through its blueprints. Like a lot of German guns of the day, and still a bunch of stamped steel welded construction. I have to look. It's got kind of a tilting bolt, which is, not the direction HK and Setme went with the roller lockers. 8mm Kerrs is cool. I don't know. Some nerds at Knights may know better, but I suspect a lot of that SCG-44 is probably based off some Czech stuff they stole, but we'll see.
And that was also using a proprietary round, right?
Yeah. The 7.92 by, was it 33?
Yeah, it's a 33. 9.2 by 33.
Or 8mm Kerrs, as it's also known.
Yeah, the Germans and the Russians got a lot of stuff from the Czech. AK bolts is from the Czechs too.
Did that round pretty much die as well?
No. I mean, it was only really used for the STG-44, the 45 prototypes. I think there's some weirdo Eastern European guns that still use it. But, as we've seen with the stuff in, Syria and Libya, those STG-44s are still floating around to the point that I think Privy started manufacturing 8mm Kerrs again so they could supply those guys.
Cool. So what were the features of that weapon that was really appealing, that's made it to today and beyond? I know, pistol grip, interchangeable, or the magazine fed.
Yeah, there's some little stuff that really, like the dust cover on AR-10s and AR-15s is straight off an STG-44. I guess, that kind of pistol grip buttstock configuration. Some people were figuring that out with the subguns and stuff. And, we'll get into it later, but kind of this modern understanding of an assault rifle, the STG-44 is definitely more on the subgun spectrum of things. That 8mm Kerrs is nowhere near, what we see today with like 7.62 by 39 or 5.56 or even 300 blackout.
Do you have the YouTube chat open right now? Because that's exactly what someone just asked. Good looking out. Asking specifically about the ballistics of it.
Oh yeah, no, I didn't see that. Yeah, I mean it's in the ballpark, but it's definitely weaker than 7.62 by 39. It's probably better to think of it as like a hot rod 30 carbine or something like that, or a slightly, or like a hot rod torque rev, 7.62 torque rev or something like that. That's probably the closer analog. It's kind of in between those big, like Magnum, like big pistol cartridges of the day, like your torque rev and 30 carbine, but not quite the 7.62 by 30, not quite the true intermediate round as we know today.
Well, the thing to sorry to jump in on this, but the thing to remember about the 8mm Kerrs and about the fight in World War II, I mean, the bottom line was the Germans had figured it out. 0 to 100, 0 to 150, that's their fight. So the 8mm Kerrs is well within that range.
Oh, and
it's not only potent in that range, it's pretty freaking accurate in that range. And to add to that, because of the simple design of the STG, it was a pretty accurate round, or a pretty accurate gun, up until about 250 meters. Now, the potency of the 8mm or the 7.92 kind of dropped off, kind of fades off at about just past 200 meters. And it's much like the heavier 300 blackouts. It has that same tendency to fade off, and it drops like crazily after about 200 meters.
Well, yeah, and I think, I don't know for sure, but I'm pretty certain that it's just a flat base, hardly even a Spitzer style bullet.
It isn't a Spitzer. You're exactly right. It's a flat base. simple, whatever the hell. I mean, I think Gary, Doc GKR or Doc Gary could get in here and he could tell you the antimony, all that bullshit inside the bullet. But as far as ballistics go, yeah, it fades after about 200 meters, because it doesn't have that good flying. It doesn't have a good ballistic coefficient.
Well, and I think you're spot on with the whole, the 100 or 150 meter fight. And I think they understood that a lot better than I guess we're still figuring that out.
They understood a lot better than the K98.
Yeah. Well, remember, I mean, the Germans were figuring it out that their bolt action, their K98s were just freaking not quick enough because they were fighting 100 to 150 and they were fighting our M1 Garands, and our dudes are popping, 8 rounds at them as they're running at them and closing the distance. And they're like, hey, fuck this. We got to figure something out. And that's a lot where the STG came in, because they had the MP44 at the time, but it's a 9mm parabellum round, so they obviously didn't have that ability with any kind of, I mean, for the day, for that moment in time. And guys like Larry Vickers or Ken Hackathorn would be better off at explaining this. But for that time and day, that 8mm Kurz was the intermediate round. You know what I mean? For that time. And again, we know what we know about external ballistics. Hell, we've known it for fucking years, But the Germans kind of figured out where the fight was. It's not so much understanding external ballistics. It's knowing where the fight is. And that's where they were figuring out their Mauser bolt action guns just wasn't cutting it. And their dudes were getting freaking, just beat to hell by our freaking M1 Garands.
So this was even more revolutionary than just the features of the weapon itself. The ammunition it's running created a whole new niche. Yeah,
I think so. Jordan, I don't know. What do you think? Or Dugan?
I think you made a good point about the Garands, and that got me thinking about like the 43, on the Eastern Front. Like, they were probably pretty impressed by a hot pistol round, bottleneck pistol round, spraying out at that high rate of fire. That's probably pretty impressionable, I imagine, too.
Yeah, that's probably where they felt the brunt of the close-in fight, even though they were fighting in open terrain. Let's call it what it is, but freaking, the Ruskies had the idea to close with and destroy. So they maneuvered well, and like you were saying, that round was perfect for that time frame.
That is really cool. So then what would be a direct descendant of it? Would it be a G3 or would it be a AK or?
Well, the descendant line of like the STG, they had the STG 45, which I think they made like a couple of. I've actually seen them pop up here and there. And then basically all the guys who worked on that kind of bolted to Spain and started, the SETME, and then you get the SETME, and then, kind of the repatriation to Germany. And about that time you get, the G3s and then all the roller locker guns.
Yeah, that's exactly right. The STG 45, you'll find some of the STG 45s in the former Czech Republic area, the Balkans. They'll pop up, and some dudes will look at it and go, "Oh, that's a freaking AK-47." And you're like, "No, dude, take a look at the magazine. You can see it in the magazine. It's a completely different freaking magazine."
Well, that's another thing is like the 7.62 by 39 and AK development stuff was, I think, a much more like parallel development rather than, the Russians copying the Germans on that.
Bingo. You hit the nail right on the head. People kind of want to think that the AK came from, but dude, freaking, let's be honest, man, freaking Kalashnikov was working that road well before the end of World War II.
Well, and that's the thing is like the 7.62 by 39 kind of came to be in, 43, 44, about the same time the Kurz did. The AK it's, kind of why sharks and dolphins look the same. It was the same mission essentially. So that's why you see the basic form factor is, I think,
parallel,
the same. Yeah.
Parallel evolution.
Well, the funny thing is when you take a look at an AK, everybody thinks, okay, it's a 7.62 round, but it's a by 39. So it doesn't have the range that a lot of people give it credit for. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it is, a pretty much close-in gun, a lot like the STG. And I don't want to call it a close-in, but I'll just say a standard infantry service rifle distance. And I'll say a good distance, 150 to 250. After that, and frankly, we all know this. I mean, I'm just, preaching to the choir, but the AK ain't the most accurate gun in the freaking planet. We all know that. And a lot of that has to do with the bullet itself, not just the tolerances that are built in or, inherent to the AK-47. That bullet itself is just a wobbly bullet. You know what I mean?
It's your stumpy flat base bullet again. That's
perfect. Yeah, that's exactly right. I
don't know if it's already been said, but it's actually very close to being ballistically identical to 30-30.
Actually, it's almost identical. If you look at, you're exactly right, dude. If you look at the flight profiles, it's pretty freaking close to a 30-30 bullet.
Yeah, once you hit that sweet spot at what? I can't remember if it's like 275 or 320, something weird. It just drops.
Well, it's
like you said.
A lot of it has to do with, they all use similar, like 300 blackout, and I guess 30-30. If you take a modern interpretation on that bullet, you're by 39, your curves, they've got the same sort of like fat, relatively lightweight for a 30 caliber. So they're all sort of in the ballpark of the same muzzle velocity, in the ballpark of the same ballistic coefficient. So, they typically act the same.
I guess the big difference is, though, when you look at terminal ballistics, you know what I mean? The terminal effects are where you're going to see a dive between the bullets, the 8mm, a 30-30, for example, and take an Americanized bullet, and then a freaking 7.62 39. The 7.62 39, depending on what bullet you're using, if you just use an MSC bullet, it'll still fuck something up, and it still does put 7.62 millimeter holes in you. You know what I mean? So it does do a lot of damage. And because of the flight profile of the bullet inside of, let's say, 225, it does, if it hits you, I mean, yeah, there's guys walking around with 5-6 rounds of 7.62 39. But if it hits something vital, you're fucked.
So based on what's gone on with the 9 and
I think Jim's forgetting to unmute himself.
So good.
I think you may have forgot to unmute yourself there for a second.
Oh, you're muted again.
How about
Jim? How about now? Yeah, there you go.
Is it working? Okay. You still gotta hit something with a 7.62 39, right? I mean, it's still an inherently inaccurate rifle.
Oh, your signal's real weak right now. I think if you were to kill your video, you might get better audio.
I don't think it's his feet. I think it's his beards rubbing on his on the foamy. If you pulled it out and put it up near his mouth. Yeah.
How about now?
Hey, there you are.
There we go. Professional.
Yeah. Boom.
By the way, I'm dipping Copenhagen just for you, bub.
By the way, I'm smoking a cigar and having a little scotch. Okay, just letting you know. Keeping up with the rolling.
Good man. Going back though, you still have to hit with a 7.62 39. Still an inherently inaccurate rifle. I mean, terminal ballistics one thing, you still got to hit your target with it.
No, you're absolutely right. It's the AK-47 is an inherently inaccurate gun. I mean, but that's stamped metal. You know, Jordan, you can comment on that. I'm not an engineer, in full disclosure.
Well, to get super nerdy on you, the AK-47 isn't stamped metal. It's machined from a big old chunk of billet.
There
the
you go.
AKMs are made from stamped metal.
There you go. The AKM. There you go. Perfect.
Actually, that's something.
Nerds.
Yeah. That's what we're here for.
That's geeky, dude. That was fucking geeky.
I think one of the things I think that'd be an interesting thing to look at is, you know, the accuracy difference between like an AK-47 with, you know, like a Type 1 or Type 2 or whatever. I don't keep up that much for AKs, and like a, you know, stamp steel AKM, and, you know, why not throw a stamp steel RPK in there too? You know, since they've got the 1.5 millimeter stampings to the millimeter, and, you know, and see how big a deal that has. I think a lot of it has their like little pencil barrels, but whatever.
Well,
I think it's an.
I'll tell you my experience with the RPK. You can make that gun is pretty freaking accurate. If you shoot it, you know, you can single shot that trigger. That trigger's pretty forgiving. And it's not an AK. It's not an AK or an HK-21 accurate, but for a machine gun, it's pretty freaking accurate. You know, I mean, I've seen Johnny Jihads take single shots at distance with RPKs, and, you know, put the wood to people. And you're like, dude, is somebody shooting at us with an SVD? And you're like, nope, that guy's got an RPK. You know, the AWT will come up on the net and go, hey, man, there's a guy down here with an RPK. There ain't no SVD down here at all, because that dude has got it down. He's, you know, freaking, you can call them muzzies, whatever you want, call them monkeys, call them, you know, chimps, whatever. Some of those guys can work the trigger pretty well, and I was surprised to see, or I've been surprised to see how accurate that RPK can be at long distance. You know, remember, it's shooting at 7.62 5.4R. So that thing's shooting at, you know, a little. PKs? Say again?
Your PKMs?
No, not PK. Yeah, your PKMs. Yeah.
Yeah. The RPK is still shooting 7.62 by 39.
No. I'm talking about the PKMs. Did I say RPK?
Yeah.
Oh, I meant PKM.
Oh no,
dude.
No. Yeah. I want to get a PKM tangent. Yeah, the Russians they figured out the medium machine gun. That's there's no debate there. No,
yeah,
back
PKM's my favorite machine gun.
Now, Jim, you've got had one of those fancy hot rod RPKs.
Say again, bud.
Mute again. Oh, you've got one of those. You had one of those fancy national match AKs.
I had. It went somewhere else. It was all right. I mean, it was accurate enough. I mean, still with the configuration it was, I was just not good enough of a shooter to really determine how accurate it was.
Yeah. At the end of the day, it's still, you know, not an SVD or, you know, a real gun.
And speaking of machine guns, we'll probably be joined by, I think he's still the highest paid Army machine gunner here fairly soon.
Good, because I brought my 1919 manual. So
no, he's not that old.
No, I mean, if we're going to talk machine guns, shit, man.
Dude, I learned how to shoot a 1919 indirect fire with a C6 mortar sight. Believe it the fuck not, man. That thing's accurate as shit.
On these things?
Yep, I hit the mute button by accident.
Yeah, I found this in my grandfather's gun shop, man. It even has a name on it. I don't know why he had that out in West Texas, but.
So what you guys were saying about the 7.62 by 39, with it being somewhat outdated, if there were to be some kind of an update to the projectile and all that good stuff, could that change its the direction it's going? I mean, or is it too late?
I think you just end up with like the Soviet equivalent of, you know, 300 blackout. Someone just cranks some Barnes TSX bullets out and start jamming them in, you know, 7.62 to 39. You know, the whole difference is between the 308 and 311 bullet diameter. You got to get that sorted out. But, You could look at that, which would just, you end up with a 300 blackout equivalent.
You're exactly right, Jordan. I mean, really, when you sit down and think about it, and I'm, again, not a ballistician, so, I got to disclaim that. But the bullet itself is pretty much a 300 blackout, for, a rose by any other name. I'll put it that way,
Well, and that was, at least the jump from 300 whisper to 300 blackout. That was the deal, was to make it a little bit more 7.62 by 3090. I've got some particularly poignant experience with 7.62 by 39s and ARs.
Did you just say poignant?
Yes.
Okay, that was freaking wow.
Yeah, I like 300 blackout and in an AR, and we're kind of getting off a tangent here, but that was one of my last big projects, was doing the CMG's Mark 47, the kind of the weirdo hybrid 7.62 thing. And that started off like everyone else. It's like, okay, let's make our version of like Knight's AR 47 or whatever. I'm just like, okay, yeah, we'll work on this. And, it was one of those things. Yeah, magazines don't fit because they're fucking huge compared to, an AR magazine. There's no meat left on the bolt. It's just this kind of this compromise after compromise, trying to get it into a normal AR-15. So it's like, what, I'm going to do this. We're going to do this so it doesn't explode, and kind of gives us something different, and, put it on a shortened, SR25 platform. That worked out well. But yeah, that's the thing I tell people. If you want a 7.62 by 39 AR-15, I know Dugan's sitting here thinking, I've got one, but 300 blackouts. There he goes. 300 blackouts. The way to do 7.62 by 39 in AR.
That there's was actually.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say there's another way that isn't as well known, but you can get a couple or match receiver set from LWRC. Their 6.8 receiver set, which is slightly stretched, and you just got to have a barrel chambered for 7.62 by 39. The mags will work, the bolt face will work, the extractor will work.
And what I was going to say, Jordan, is that's not a tangent. That's perfect, because that's what we're talking about. We're talking about development. So speaking of development, if you guys are ready for a quick little change of gears, the modern AR-15. Jim Hodge happens to be here. The guy knows a little bit about an AR-15. He's also done some, that's not modification, enhancements to the existing system to make it better, make it lighter, make it stronger. Jim, tell us about your development.
Your Steve Austin gun.
Yes. And don't forget to unmute yourself.
Am I unmuted?
You are.
Let me put it up against my beard, though. The AR-15s, as we know, has been around forever and ever. A lot of things haven't changed, especially material-wise. And I played King for a day. It's just that simple. I exploited the use of the latest and greatest in materials that I believe is the latest and greatest. Does it mean anything to anyone? I don't know. But again, playing King for the day. I'm getting good results out of it. Jose, I think, knows the direction it's going in some degrees. But it hasn't been an easy road. I can say that.
And then also during your development, you've added some features that are not typical on a normal AR. And then you unmute, and then you say, "Yes, it's these."
Jesus Christ, man! I mean, what do you mean? I mean, that's not everything's not typical.
No, it's not. And see, now's the time to talk about it. This is advertising.
Yeah. I think it'd be easier to say, like, is there anything typical?
Yeah, what's normal about it? Nothing.
What's normal?
Well, I mean, I've pretty much done away with anything that was investment cast. I mean, hell, Jordan's been a long ride as well as other folks that we all know. But pretty much done away with anything that was once investment cast, pretty much in the Mod 2. There ain't a whole lot of roll pins there. Exploited again, better materials and with the use of aluminum lithium and better alloys and things of that nature. Really focused in on the barrel. And again, it's trial and error. And people give me shit about, when's it coming out? I've been cranking them out. It's just not commercially. And because of all of this, I'm still in development. I'm still in development on my barrels. There's another generation of barrel that we're going to be doing here after the beginning of the year that I don't want to get too much into the weeds but would effectively double the life of my existing barrel.
And that's cool. That's just like what we talk about with training, always being a student as one who's manufacturing and developing weapons, also constantly evolving. And so is it the 1.5 to the 2 are completely ambi?
No, I mean, 1.5 is one that I typically don't sell.
No.
Well, I do, but I don't sell commercially. I've got a Mod 1 and a Mod 2, as everyone, I won't say everyone, that's being awfully precocious of me, but the Mod 1 is basically the same thing as a Mod 2, other than the receivers predominantly. As far as 16-inch barrels for the Mod 1, which is always a Mod 1, I'm still using some COTS barrels. Still in development on my 16-inch barrel. Probably will launch my 16-inch barrel Mod 1s again after the beginning of the year when I get where I want it. I have the luxury of putting out guns when I want to, and I'm not trying to be pompous about it, but I'm also not in debt. I'm debt free, and all the research and development I've done is with the aid of other larger manufacturers like FN, and I pay for it. And I don't borrow from Peter to pay Paul. So this is a mature process, and I'm still trying to mature it.
So between your standard, let's say a Colt 6920 and a AU Mod 2, obviously materials are different. Yeah, and you said your barrel, and we've had long discussions about the barrel. The barrels are better. What would be the next biggest difference between the two?
I don't understand the question.
So if we're going to compare basically the standard of an AR-15, Colt 6920, compare it to an AU Mod 2. The materials in the AU Mod 2 obviously are different. It's a lighter, stronger material. The barrel in that weapon is a better barrel. Outside of those two factors, what are the biggest differences between the two systems?
Again, I mean, the exploitation of different materials with aluminum lithium, with the different types of barrel steel. I mean, with the hand guards. I mean, it's other than furniture, what I can control, I would. My forward assist, my takedown and pivot pins. I mean, Jordan knows intimately. I mean, he helped me bring those to life. My bolt catches, my selectors, Marty Bortz and Bad Jordan is, he helped me bring those to life. None of that is cast. Have we broken them before? Yeah. But, not ours, but have we broken cast ones before? Yeah, but you don't see it that frequently. All I've really tried to do is really focus in on, again, the exploitation of better materials, a little bit more of a hand fit, though can still be done on a mass industrialization standpoint. You'll see that probably later this year in the Mod 2, not by me, but by my big brother, FN. But the difference between a 6920 and an AU Mod 2 is miles. There's nothing remotely analogous to that gun.
The takedown springs,
Pins.
well, not even the pins, the detents maybe.
So with that in mind, there are a lot of people that want to get a Mod 2. If they were to purchase a Mod 2, where would they go about purchasing spare parts? Or how would they go about purchasing spare parts when we get there?
Oh, you can get them from me. You can get them from the people who supply them from me.
Cool.
But everything is still reverse compatible to the mil spec gun. I mean, if in a pinch, you can still take any GI part and swap it.
Just spray paint it first so you remember which one's which.
No, everything is still reverse compatible between any GI gun and what I've done. And that was important to me because, again, you have a lot of manufacturers out there that have parts that are, to their system. And I just decided to enhance the parts to the existing system that can still be hot swapped to GI parts.
Very cool. What are the set barrel links you want to have produced for the Mod 2?
Well, currently right now, it's 14.5s and 12.5s. Those are the two that I feel like I've tuned properly with the system, both suppressed and unsuppressed, without using an adjustable gas system. And it's been no easy task because, every suppressor tends to run the gun a little bit different. I have a slew of suppressors in my shop that I use to test these weapons. I also test everything. I benchmark everything off of an H buffer, not an H2. Therefore, I know it's going to run on an H2 if it's going to need if it's going to be more of if it's going to be a select fire weapon. But basically, I tune everything without any type of back pressure, i.e. any type of muzzle device. Even an A2 can create a little bit of back pressure. And with an H buffer, I validate everything on just a standard heavy buffer.
That's cool. And doesn't Roland have like 5 of them?
No, 2.
That is not a fact.
He's got a 1.5. Hey, buddy. He's got a 1.5 and a 2. And he was one of my early recipients of the 1.5. Before I really start launching a lot of things, and Jose can attest to this as well as Roland. I get things vetted before I really kind of launch them and ask around. There's enough guys that are professional guys who put a lot of rounds downrange, before I really settle on a final result. And I get feedback from them quite often.
Hey, Jay, Hodge, let me interrupt. Let me chime in here, just to validate what he's saying. His guns are the only guns that I've seen so far that don't have to be tweaked to run with a suppressor. I mean, I can validate that. I've done. We've run through his guns. We've run OSS, Surefires, you name it. And the bottom line is the guns run without having to regulate the gas, take the suppressor on, take the suppressor off. It runs the same way. Now, of course, your rates of fire are going to change a little bit because of the back pressure that Hodge was talking about. But other than that, that's the main difference I see on those guns is you can put a suppressor on it and it's going to run the same. You don't have to regulate the gas system.
Well, all my guns are built to be run suppressed. I was having this conversation with another big company that everyone can figure out who I'm associated with to some degree. By the way, they have no financial interest in me, nor I them, other than me consulting for them.
That you know.
Right. make a long story short, with the pending legislation, I was having this conversation with FM. Pending legislation, if it does go forward, there's a lot of companies that are going to be caught flat-footed when it comes to suppressing their weapon. If you read your owner's manuals for a lot of these companies, they won't warranty the gun if it's been suppressed. And we build every gun as if it was to be suppressed. Period. That's where, again, all of its vetting gets done.
Yeah, I have my Hodge upper, and it's outstanding. It is a performer. It's definitely not. It's not an SPR configuration, but it easily could be. I easily could throw a magnified optic on that and turn that into something that can reach out and touch. I'm impressed, and I look forward to getting more Hodge stuff. Well, I want my Hodge hat. Damn it.
Yeah, if you want to transition, it's funny because Jim kind of proves the point, and I know Roland's on here. Hopefully he'll chime in. And I did work on HK 416, so I know some of the fleas within that gun. There's no reason for a 16 or 14.5 inch tappet system AR. I think Jim kind of proved that out. We've been saying that for years. Actually, I was an aficionado. Roland will tell you I was a 416 freaking fanatic. And hey, this is the greatest thing. I can tell you how the 14.5 inch 416 came to be, and it was a fluke at a critical design review we did in Obendorf with Roland's unit, and the program manager said, "Hey, what if we built this in a 14.5?" And everybody went, "Whoa!" Actually, it was our guy who said that from HK. But the point is that it wasn't necessary. The 416, the tappet system, was built for the 10-inch gun. It was built for the short-barreled gun, the AR system, because we were burning out our Mark 18s. We were burning out, you're compressing the gas system. You're actually not compressing the gas system. It's still 7-inch gas system, but you're compressing the dwell time. And that dwell, where the bullet leaves the barrel, and after it passes the manifold and after it passes the evacuation port, that dwell right there puts a lot of pressure. So the tappet system, because it bypasses all of that, it bypasses the evacuation port, and the gas is rerouted. And Jordan, you can chime in on this. You're the engineer.
I'm not an engineer.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying.
That's one of the big problems with like the 10-inch guns. You've got that short dwell time, and in order to get anything to work, you've got to open the gas port. Why, the gas port is as big as it is on a 20-inch gun. That's all the way out.
Exactly.
It's like 089.
And typically, don't get me started on that. You end up just burning through, gas. Your gas port erosion's huge on it when you're starting off that big already. You're having to go to like an H2 buffer right off the bat to keep it from running 1,000 miles an hour. You're looking at an entire where you've got to swap the barrel. You basically got to rebuild the gun every 5,000 rounds if you're lucky.
And that's exactly right. That's what we were seeing. That's what Roland's unit was seeing. And so the bottom line is, I think what Jim has proven out is the rebirth, if you will, of a regular gas impingement. Look, Eugene Stoner was a freaking genius. That's the bottom line. Him, John Moses Browning, they're in a class, they're in a strata all their own. And the bottom line is there's nothing wrong with the direct impingement gun. Nothing. All of those little myths that talk about, how many malfunctions. Yeah, there were malfunctions from the, early on. I carried an XM 177E1 from 1983 to 1988, and I had no problems with that gun. And that was a Vietnam era XM 177E1 until I turned it in for a CAR 15, And then I carried a Car 15 until about 1994, 95 when we got our first M4s. And yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just going to touch there. It's like, yeah, that Colt, the 653 or the, 723s. Yeah.
723. Yep.
Yeah. I think that was kind of the
nerd.
Yeah. That's definitely the pinnacle of non-flat top carbines.
Well, and exactly. I mean, the bottom line is we had no problems with and Chad's going to freaking go off. But when the Marines redesigned the M16A2 and you fucked us, you hear me? I'm going to say it one more time. You fucked us.
Dude, I was shooting Russians in my backyard in 82, bro.
Yeah, you fucked us. There's a fourth time. But the bottom line is when the M16A2 came out, it got a bad name for the AR-15 platform. Dude, little guys with little Velociraptor arms like me, I can't reach with body armor on that freaking stock. I can't reach the freaking gun, So, when the M4 came about, it came about after, Just Cause. After we did, Blue Spoon, which, oh, by the way, is the 27th anniversary tonight, as a matter of fact. But the point is after we did that, we said, hey, we need shorter guns because a bunch of us had Car 15s, but the majority of the regiment had freaking, M16A2s. And we realized, man, we just need something shorter, but something that still can reach out to about 300 meters and do the damage that it needs to do. And that's where the M4 came about. Of course, Roland's unit was doing their thing with the Car 15, and concurrently we all kind of merged. And, then of course the dudes down at Dam Neck joined hands and, we all sang Kumbaya to develop the M4. But the point is that the 416 got its birth as the enhanced M4 because of LAV, who was then working at Roland's unit CDD, saying we need a short-barreled gun, M4 type gun that runs, and I don't have to switch out the barrel every 5,000 rounds. And then, from there came the 14.5-inch 416, which, like I said, came out of a CDR, and it wasn't necessary. And the main point in all of this is I think Jim's proven out. I'll say it again. Dude, there's nothing wrong with a direct impingement M4 style weapon. There's not. We've grown out of this, the XM8 debacle, for example, which I can speak forever on. But the point is XM8 didn't need to be there. It didn't need to come about because the M4 is I'm still convinced that the M4 is the absolute best service rifle ever developed by
you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Hey, Jose, I got a little, I want to say counterpoint, but it's running parallel with what you're saying.
Right.
I don't want it to get missed. Talking about why pistons were needed for the SBRs. The other issue with those Mark 18s, it wasn't just gas port erosion. More than anything, it was throat erosion. Now, the throats are cut the same ringers and everything between the 10.5 and the 14.5. The difference is the amount of rifling left afterwards for stabilizing a bullet. So I could gauge a Mark 18 and it'll gauge the same as an M4, 14.5-inch barrel, right? They gauge it identically, but which one exhibits a loss of accuracy first?
No, the Mark 18. Yeah,
the Mark 18, right?
Yeah.
Because you're significantly getting into that threshold where it's getting like 1 1/4 turns before it gets released, right?
And you're absolutely. That's a good counterpoint. The throat erosion piece, which I left out. There's
and the fix to that HK brought with their hammer forged barrels, and I've said this for a while now. The two big piston companies were their own undoing in the competition of in the marketplace, because they proved to the American consumer that hammer forged barrels, nitriding, and all these advancements that you saw in the piston guns, hey, with that backwards compatibility, that works in a regular AR too. And all of a sudden you're seeing these ARs last just as long.
Bingo. You hit
with a gas tube.
You hit the nail right on the head.
It's not only just the hammer forging, guys.
Yeah, it's base materials and all that.
It's the type of chrome I mean, there's so much that goes into it. Again, it's just not the process. I mean, that's just one part of it.
Yeah. Well, and I'm not going to give away your secrets either, there, Jim.
Yeah, and
I don't know your secrets, but I'm not even going to.
I was just going to say, Hodge, we're not going to hit on the secret sauce because I don't know it, but you're exactly right. But I will say this: in a mass-produced capability, like Chad just pointed out, which is a good point, when we realized that certain manufacturing processes, from an engineering perspective, actually add to those deficits, or actually take away those deficits that we saw early on. Like in this, like, you know, in Roland can probably chime in if he wants, but when we saw early on this, you know, we all used to carry a section of freaking, you know, what do you call it? The cleaning rod next to our freaking receivers on our M4s, so we could, you know, stick down our barrel when we got a stuck cartridge, right? Throat problem. That was a throat problem, a throat issue with the Wiley chamber that we didn't realize. You know, it was one of those things where, you know, over time, you know, you started to erode that chamber and that cartridge got stuck in there. And you're like, you know, in the middle of a gunfight, what do you do? You know?
Uh-huh. And some of that, especially with your shorter barrel stuff, is, I wouldn't say premature unlocking, but timed a little quicker unlocking, where you're not holding that round or that case and battery as long, and all kinds of weirdo little voodoo shit like that with bolt velocity and you know, extractor tension. I mean, how many little changes have they made to that extractor buffer and extractor spring over the life of the M4? You know, they started from just the A2 setup, and then it's like, oh shit, this doesn't work, and you know, playing with the durometer of the buffer. And I think the M4 is probably on its third or fourth iteration of extractor spring now.
You know, but I don't think that's a deficit, though. I think that's just natural.
Oh yeah.
Evolutionary. You know,
it's growing pains.
Yeah, it's growing. It's not just growing pains, but it's also, as you know, you designers figure out, hey, this works, this radius works a little better, or this, you know, certain angle works a little better. You know, you guys figure that stuff out. It's like, you know, Apollo 11 moon landing was completely different from the Apollo 17 moon landing, so to say. You know what I mean? Yeah, they use the same, you know, ships and all, but there were certain tweaks that they did to the lunar module to land a little easier on the moon, you know?
Anybody who thinks
well, it drives a lot of this
O-ring doesn't fucking matter, and as a marketing gimmick needs to go get kicked right in their fucking vagina. The black O-ring is the thing.
With black insert.
Yes, with black insert. So talking about throat erosion, those goddamn Nazis don't believe throat erosion exists. They do not believe. They believe that fucking accuracy is determined in the last 4 inches of your barrel, and that you could fire a round smooth bore and start the rifling at H minus 4 inches from the fucking end of the muzzle, and that's where you get your accuracy from.
That's how I always do it.
It hurts.
To the point that Heckler and Koch did not make a gauging system for the fucking 416 barrel. It does not exist. You cannot go to the Germans and ask them for a fucking barrel gauge. It doesn't exist. We had to manufacture them to gauge our own weapons at the Asymmetric Warfare Group, because Jim Schatz is like, hey man, I know you need a tech support package, blah, 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 blah. Germans ain't got no gauge for them barrels. And it's fucking 15 years later. Bitches still ain't got no gauge for them barrels, or however many years later it is. They still ain't got
I'll take it a step further. Is that a standard gauge for what we currently have would tell you that an HK barrel is out of spec with 1,000 rounds in it.
Yeah, but
it's probably out of spec from the factory.
I was just going to say it's out of spec from the factory. Mil spec, it doesn't pass a mil spec gauge from the factory.
You're looking at the Army's, 5.56 NATO chamber and their throats and stuff. So it's like, okay, yeah, you guys are using some secret sauce bullshit. But that's one of those things I found with making a lot of barrels a lot of different ways is I have no fucking clue what makes something accurate or not, because every time I seem to think I had it figured out on, a big industrial scale, I'd have some barrels like, oh yeah, this is going to shoot great. And then like fucking like shotguns. I'm like, I don't know. I give up. We'll just try something different to see what sticks.
Consistency, man.
Yeah. But to Roland's point, the Germans swore up and down. They swore up and down in 2003 that their guns don't require gauges, because exactly what Roland was just pointing out. They guaranteed that their cold forging, their cold hammer rolled forging, and their machining, and the way they squeeze. This is a from the barrel. Roland, you remember the barrel guy at Obendorf? Do you remember that guy? I can't remember his name now, but the barrel guy said we squeeze the round down the chamber, and that causes the round's accuracy. And that might be true for the 10-inch barrel, but it's not true for the 14.5-inch barrel. It just isn't true at all. No. I don't even know what that means. Squeezing the bullet down the barrel.
Well, I mean, you're squeezing it. Everyone's squeezing the bullet down the barrel.
Okay, so
that was like when Surefire came out with the epiphany in their marketing that their suppressor increases muzzle velocity and therefore lethality. And Kel was like, I think all suppressors do that, Surefire, but well played for stating the obvious, putting it out there in 2004 and being like, yeah, man, your shit goes faster in our can.
Yeah. But that's like the explain the whole bullet squeezing thing. So like your nominal diameter on like a 5.56 bullet's 0.224 or 2.244 if you want to get real crazy, and that varies a little bit. But that's only kind of the only thing that's close to that in the bore is the grooves. The lands themselves are like 218, 219. So you're squeezing the bullet pretty significantly down there, and that's where you see the whole, like, one of the benefits of where some of that stuff with like the 5R style rifling, where you're kind of maintaining a bit of a constant sectional width. Like if you drew a line through the center of the bullet, when it's squeezed in the bore, it's the same width throughout, instead of having like tight and untight spots. Not that I don't know if that makes a big of a difference, because plenty of people are shooting real accurate guns with more conventional like 6-groove and 4-groove rifling versus the weirdo various different weirdo types of, yeah. Well, yeah. I still can't figure out what the fuck people mean when they say polygonal rifling. So sometimes like some of those like HK pistols stuff, it's actually like they've taken like, a fucking stop sign and pushed it through.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, well, and you see a lot of people throw around like polygonal rifling, and it's just some like not some land and groove. It's just some like flowy, unedged radius sort of rifling.
Yeah,
that's what HK puts out as, and again, Jordan, not to contravene what you're saying, but you're absolutely right. Is when they say squeezing the bullet, because we all know it does. I mean, like you said, there's measurement. I don't know how to explain it, but there's different measurements, if you will. It gets the measurements get shorter and shorter as you end the barrel, which squeezes the bullet out. But they thought, or they pretend, and which is what one of the heartaches I had with the freaking HKers, is that they pretend that they're really squeezing the bullet, sort of like taking toothpaste out of a tube of toothpaste. I don't know.
They may be doing a squeeze bore where the bore diameter of the barrel is tapered, like it's bigger at the throat, and gets tighter as you get closer to the muzzle.
Yeah, right. That's what Jerry was trying to explain at the factory. Yeah, he's like, hey, we squeeze, and I'm like, oh, so he's got some tapered tolerances in there where it's at spec, and then it gets down to tighter and tighter and tighter towards the end, which is it's also building that gas or everything that's coming in behind that thing. You've got all of that issue as well. That's allegedly that's why you can't, going back to the Mormon rifling. What did you guys call that? Polygonal or whatever? Yeah. So
I like Mormon rifling. Yeah, that works.
Right.
Here comes
I
that
haven't made
bolt
fun
of
of any
lightning we're all
Jews.
looking
I
at.
haven't made fun of any Jews yet, but I'll get there. Hold on.
Come on, the Hebes have a place in society. Come on now.
You didn't. So the the way that the Glock guys explain it is the lands are what your bore diameter should be, and your grooves are actually recessed, which is where everybody else does the opposite and says your spec is the recess and your lands are the things that are going to build up and push into that jacket of your round or what have you. And something about that Mormon rifling concept is bad for lead, because lead fills in all of the gaps in that system and creates those massive gas overpressures, and that's where you get this Glock can't shoot hand-loaded lead bullets out of your Dillon 650, so you better get a KKM. Anyway, moving forward, back to Nazi guns. I had something to say about that, about those knuckleheads. Oh, yeah, 14.5, 16-inch. I came in on the ass into that. There is a reason for a 14.5, 16-inch piston gun, and that is absolute operator laziness and refusal to conduct weapons maintenance. If you want an AR, AK-47, the 416 is for you, baby. Like, you run that thing dry, no lube. You run it dry and you just make it, you just do it. And then when you get back from the big mish, you just hit it with the DeWalt air compressor and you're done. You throw it in the rack and you're done. So
what does that say about the Marines?
The Marines were just looking for some shit that wasn't held together by 550 gut. Like if you are one piece of 550 cord away from a runaway gun on your M249, you got some issues. And Matt Jaques was there, man. He started pulling saws out. Mark Siskov was like, "Your light machine guns are shit." He's like, "This light machine gun was made in 1987 and it's 2003. And oh, by the way, these aren't AFN factory parts." No, hell no. We got that shit from Bob's Bait and Tackle down in Arkansas. That's free range government fucking bidding, buddy. Do they even know the specs of our feeder paw springs? Do they have any idea? So, meanwhile, you've got a Chad Mercer one each. He's opening up Ziploc bags and like trying to get shit in there, and he's putting Bob's Bait and Tackle, but that shit looks good because it's NSN 249 859, and he can't tell. Somewhere at the GSA warehouse, they bent him over just like they bent us all over in the 90s. Are you getting Colt? Or are you getting Center Industries in your NSN fucking magazine purchase? Don't know. It's like Christmas. So that's why we get fucking. The Marines get a bad rap on their whole fucking weapons maintenance issues, because we as a government allowed our bureaucracy to run off to Bob's Bait and Tackle and buy fucking M249 feeder paw springs. And we were too cheap as a government to be like, this saw got made in 1987. I don't give a fuck what the gauging spec was. Whoever wrote this requirement made it way, way too fucking generous. All these brand new parts I put in it are like a hot dog down a hallway. I think this bitch should end up as a fucking chalk block on a fucking Humvee out back and get run the fuck over. Let's fucking next get another one from the arsenal. I
actually wish JP was here. It'd be interesting to hear his take on that.
I'm just saying, 250,000 rounds. Move on, Army.
Oh yeah. Need a barrel. That's easy. Barrel in it. Let's just keep on trucking.
Anyway, that's all I got.
I don't even know where to start with that. Some Jordan was talking about earlier about the magic. He doesn't understand like what happens with the short barreled guns and the unlocking and extracting.
Some of that, some of the weirdo voodoo magic I don't pretend to understand, like barrel accuracy.
All right. Well, you said something about unlocking.
Oh yeah.
And torn cases. That's a factor of obturation and obduration. Obduration is obturation is where it fire forms, right? As pressures drop, heat drops, that casing contracts from the walls. Well, whenever you have truncated dwell time, it's already unlocked. It's trying to unlock, and it hasn't let go of that chamber wall yet.
Yeah. You're ripping out a big fat case. Yeah.
Yeah, you see that in Mark 18s, and you see that a lot in saws. You see a lot of shutout saws too. Do what?
So let's flute the chambers. More HK logic there.
Yeah. Oh, the tapered bore. That's a fact. it's an applied technique to hammer forging.
With
by tapering
the Steyr style.
Yeah, by tapering your mandrel, there's a certain, like a very finite amount of spring back of steel off that mandrel. By tapering everything, it makes extraction of your tooling more efficient, and it saves on the life of your tooling. So, more nerd shit. Sorry.
They can do actually a lot of like, see, you've got like your two different philosophies of hammer forging. And one's just kind of like, well, we'll just beat it around this mandrel and turn it and all this and, treat it like a normal barrel. And then there's like kind of what Steyr figured out from MP42s was, okay, well, we can kind of turn this barrel, pre-turn this barrel fat and then beat it around a mandrel and we're change where we're beating around that mandrel so we can put rifling in, we can forge chambers in, and kind of come up with the finished barrel profile all at once. So it's like, it goes in, comes out, and it's ready to go. Your machine time is like throw it a machine gun.
Yeah, your machine time's like 8 minutes on an M4 profile barrel, and all you have left to do is shouldering and threading in your gas port and taper pinholes. So, I mean, it gets you right up to the finish line in 8 minutes, and you got some monkey pushing a button. So,
well, there's the torquing on the receiver extension. And then,
I'm just talking about sheer machining.
Yeah. And barrel. So. If it's a Steyr machine, used to a profile afterwards.
And some of the, the receiver extension, and we're going to segue this back to Armalite and Stoner. That the barrel extension is kind of barrel extension and like the use of the gas tube and kind of like the internal of the bolt carrier piston. Those were the two big things Stoner really contributed to. Everything else on the AR-15 was either kind of some of like George Sullivan's and some of the early Armalite founders kind of crazy ideas with like the aluminum forgings and plastic fantastic furniture and stuff. Stoner was definitely a steel and wood sort of guy. As you saw in some of his later guns, like the 63 series. Barrel extensions, that was, I think more than anything, that barrel extension was what did it. That was the real eureka moment on the AR. And I think he picked some of that up from some Johnson. Stoner was a Marine armor in the Pacific Theater during World War II. So he had a lot more hands-on time than most people with like the Stoner, not the Stoner, I'm sorry, the Johnson, the M1945 and the Johnson light machine guns. And in fact, Johnson actually spent quite a bit of time working for Armalite in those early years. Because a lot of those were essentially, the semi-auto Armalites were very much kind of an evolution of what Johnson was doing in the 40s. Especially my AR-17, it's basically just a 12-gauge Johnson rifle.
Nerd.
Well, and back to the barrel extensions, man, that's something. It's an easy place to go wrong. You saw that, you guys were talking about, the nitriding of barrels, and there's still people who haven't figured it out. I won't get into exactly how to fix it, but the whole okay, I've nitrided this barrel, now my barrel extension's falling off, and my barrel's spinning in my receiver or whatever. There's a lot of stuff there's on the M4 barrels. There's even a spec where once you torque on the barrel extension and finish chambering it, once that all is on there, there's a minimum or a maximum spec for the amount of swell you see in the barrel extension from the torque you put on it. Then you get into the whole headspace stuff, and that's fun to try and wrap your head around.
Yeah, I've been looking at barrel extensions all day. Like, dude.
The best thing about like trying to make a barrel extension is on the back side of like the chamber side or like the muzzle facing side of the lugs.
Yeah.
There's chamfers on the back of that.
Yeah.
And the pretty much the only way in the world to do that's with a coining operation where they like stick it on a die and just mash it with a hammer and it kind of just makes that stuff. And I'm like, all right, yeah, that's good. A lot of that's the kind of thing is you really dig into the AR and M16, the whole family. You can definitely tell some of that shit. The 50s is holding on still in a lot of that stuff.
What's crazy about it is like looking at it in 3 dimensions, like a wireframe, and how everything fits together. It's absolutely amazing that they did that shit with a pencil on a drafting board. Like, it's just there's so much geometry in there, in one like cubic inch of space on the gun.
Yeah, and like that's one of the things I've got the book right here in front of me. It's Random Shots by Roy E. Riley. I don't quite know how to pronounce his last name, but this guy was the head of R&D at Springfield Armory during the M14, M60, and M79 era when they were making all that stuff. And he was talking.
Did he do fucking push-ups?
Half his book was just bitching about the institutional bureaucracy and bullshit that leads to nothing getting done, and why it took 12 or 15 years to make the M14, and then they realized it was a piece of shit in like 4. It's like, oh yeah, that's great. But one of those things is they were talking about like the kind of the build up to the initial like small term production of the M14 or T48 or whatever it was at the time. And like they used an entire outside company that they just sent, okay, here's all the parts. Now figure out all the various tolerance scenarios and how everything moves and see what's going to run into what when we, actually start making these for real. And apparently, yeah, that went off to an entire another team of, 30 guys, and it took them 3 months to churn through all that. And something like an M14 or an AR, and something like SolidWorks, I could do that in a couple of days by myself. Where it took an entire like, production to be able to just do that sort of analysis. They weren't even designing anything. They were just making sure that this shit was going to fit if they made it to this, at, its maximum material condition or its least material condition. It's like, holy shit, that's crazy.
So something you said a little while ago, I think would not translate. It would segue into the topic of with the AR-15. What makes a AR-15 lower and upper, and what separates a good one from a bad one? Basically, what Jim said, and I agree with him, a lower is not a lower is not a lower. There are definitely differences in a good quality product and a less desirable one. Well, what are the delineating factors?
Well, I have to say, Jim's is definitely like, in terms of like just getting your hands on it and how it feels there, it's as good as it's ever going to get. That's for sure. The big thing in lowers is a lot of times the nice thing about lowers is we don't really have to worry so much about material. Because, practically, 99% of them of metal lower receivers are forged 7075 T6 aluminum, which is the mil spec, and short of being, going for the real cool high speed stuff like your aluminum lithium. It's, it's in terms of the commodity stuff for it. That's as good as you're going to find. So the big difference, I mean, there's some quality differences in forgings, but that's hard to explain in a meaningful way to like an end user, right?
Explain to me how some AR lowers can wear out faster than others. Like, I don't remember my M16A2s like ever getting deadlined. Like, barrels wore out, other shit wore out, whatever. My M4A1s, when I came back as a platoon sergeant from like 2000 to 2000 or whatever, the lifespan of a fucking M4A1 lower by serial number was 24 months or less. The fucking steel pins were going to bore that shit out, and my guys were going to start having mushy triggers and or double firing within 24 fucking months. Like, it was going to happen. You'd go in right after fucking a range week, and you'd come draw your gun out, and there'd be white paint markered X's on the side. And that was your friendly neighborhood armorer telling you, hey, you just zeroed for your next alert cycle, and I'm about to take your fucking gun. Yeah. And give you a brand new one. How does that happen?
A lot of that with the M4 is bolt velocity.
Hammer bounce.
And hammer bounce. And a lot of stuff with that bolt carrier comes back faster on the carbines versus like the 20-inch setups with the full length gas system. And what happens then is your hammer's moving at light speed compared to like M16. And what you'll see is the hammer will sometimes run into the disconnect. Like, you'll see just peening on the disconnect from the hammer whacking it
every time.
Yeah, and just the velocity and violence of the operation compared to like the 20-inch guns, it eggs out those fire control pins. Where you see this, where this is really, really amplified, is in your 22 and 9mm AR-15s.
Oh God.
Yeah, because they'll, like a 22 or 9mm, you will, if you shoot those for any amount of time, you're gonna break a hammer pin. You're gonna wear out that lower. You're gonna go through ammo pins or hammer pins almost as fast as cases of ammo for that stuff.
Well, let me tell you something. We inherited all the DEA Colt 9mm submachine guns for free 99. Who can turn that down? Well, not
those things are sexy as shit, dude.
Oh my God. Fucking flaming turds.
I'm just saying.
Those things are flaming fucking turds,
It's an MP5 with AR controls. What's not to like?
It is the Serpa of firearms.
But it's got a gun port on it. How badass is that?
DEA was the first agency to issue full auto weapons to all their agents, and it was sexy. I wanted one when I was in the 8th grade.
Not true.
Are you gonna like tell me the Power Rangers are fake now? I mean, you fuck with me.
Let me tell you how
they all had broken hammer pins and hammers, and
It's just fake. They're so good they shoot themselves apart. That's all.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah, and especially those blowbacks guns just destroy lower receivers.
Colt took a cam locking system and converted it into a blowback system. The bolt velocity on this gun is so fast that you got this hammer bounce, right, where the hammer clips past the disconnect as you're holding the trigger to the rear because it's tilted forward. It clips right past the disconnector hook. The hammer hook, backed by the auto sear hook, peens on the tail of that disconnect. Well, that force actually transmits to the trigger pin. This thing shits trigger and hammer pins like crazy, which all that down force is putting pressure on your receiver holes. At the same time, this gun is a blowback gun. It's not a direct gas gun, so it doesn't even need a gas tube. Unfortunately, they use the same fucking barrel nut to secure the fucking barrel to the receiver. And so you got some dude really wrenching on the gun and wringing the towel, and as he's shooting at his front sight, starts walking. And so you have guns, front sights at 6 o'clock. That gun devoured more M4 trigger groups, probably in a ratio of close to 8-1 than the M4 A1s that we had in the Mark 18s. Like, holy shit. Like, In fact, whenever Baghdad requested Mark 18s and my bosses were saying, no, give them Colt SMGs, I lost my shit in that meeting. And I was like, fuck it, fire me. I was like, y'all are high. Give them Mark 18s. That's what they're requesting. Like, well, the Colt SMG will work. I'm like, well, I got a shopping cart full of broken ones from yesterday's qual. Like, I'll send you the information. And I send them a stack of pictures, all the LTI tags of all the parts that are broken on those guns. I'm like, you're giving them a gun that every trigger press is closer to a breakage. Like, they need a gun for a rifle fight, not a pistol for a rifle fight.
Yeah, well, I think
and that's how the Mark 18 came about for
bringing subguns into any place considered high threat is criminal probably at best. But
yeah, I think I used that word actually.
Yeah,
that's actually how I got the sweatshirt, because those guys sent me the sweatshirt.
You know the story on those 9mm, right? That was one of those things that, like, both the 9mm and the original 7.62x39 Colt guns. Was one of those times where Colt was getting ready to go out of business, like they've done, 20 times. And they're like, well, we got to figure something out. And I guess some salesman sold somebody some 9mm ARs. And they're like, well, shit, I guess we got to figure out how to make those.
I just love that the suppressed versions were sold to an element called the Clit. I would have loved to have been the Clit commander. Running around, taking down people's drug labs. Come out with your hands up. Just click commander. I'm here for your grow farm.
Those things are some pretty weirdo space age guns with those like the front sight base sticking out of the A2 handguards and stuff.
Yeah, we had a couple of the really old ones that had this weird, like, it looked like a sex device or like a needle gun or some weird shit. Like, it was a tubular handguard that was like cone shaped and had this big flange on the front. Like,
yeah, you know what that flange was for, right?
I played on.
Keep you shooting yourself on the hand.
No, that was they put that was the interface for the firing ports next to the doors and certain.
Oh, are you talking about the firing port weapon?
Yeah.
The Bradley firing.
Well, no. It's the same idea as the M231, but that was what those at least as the story goes. God only knows if this is really how it was, but they apparently had firing ports in some of those DOE facilities that those interfaced with, so they could hose down and hose down dudes from behind the door.
Oh yeah. That's a real thing. That's a real thing. We might hear in this network might know a guy that was a Mark 48 gunner whose place of duty was shooting a Mark 48 through a slit in a fucking pillbox.
Yeah, I mean,
but his Mark 48 didn't have any cool screw-in adapter for it. There was definitely a little wiggle room in there. If you could get in and be fast and accurate, you might have got a piece of them. I don't know, but goddamn parapets on the castle and shit. Skinny on one side, fat on the other side, whatever.
Well, you remember a couple of years ago, I went through a big fit about them buying miniguns for all the hallways and shit. That's some zombie. Shit there. I
don't know of a place that a minigun isn't good for. Hallway, alleyway, four-way intersection, fucking inside, outside, curbside, stateside, east side, west side. Fucking,
and something like
scuba diving, I guess.
Something like that is they need the old micro guns, the 5.56 versions. And those are the kind of the interesting things on like the M134. Well, and this has been a deal with a lot of big machine guns, is the limiting rate, the rate of fire limiter is actually essentially the strength to weight ratio of the links. And that's what they found with doing those micro guns, the 5.56 little Gatling guns, is the strength to weight ratio of the 5.56, the M27 links, is a lot better than the 308 links. So they got the rate of fire on those micro guns up to like 10,000 RPM because they could pull the belts a lot faster.
Yes.
Well, you can move 10,000 rounds a lot faster than that than the forklift. That's fucking awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, the 5.56 minigun, if you've never shot one, is
no, I haven't. Rub it in.
It's a joy.
Yeah, the XM214.
It goes back to all that weight y'all carrying. Everybody, I love my 7.62. I love my 7.62. See this box on the side of my turret? 9,000 rounds without reload. Motherfuckers. Brr, brr, brr. I can't hear you over the sound of how awesome this is.
And those XM like 214s, the whole idea was to put a couple of those in like your Vietnam fire base to replace it. So you basically had reloadable claymores. You just hose them down with that thing at 10,000 RPM, and it's like, oh yeah, it's basically a claymore. It just you can reload it.
Yeah, you could have like a tracer, like one in like every 35 rounds.
I just
That's
put
ridiculous.
Trace full tracers. Just fuck it. Laser beams.
Yeah, I mean, the Germans were onto something when they decided that the last rifle they were going to make that was accurate was the Mauser, and they were like, fuck it, let's just go high rate of fire.
Well, yeah, there's something to be said about the 800-meter shotgun, which is, your MG42.
When you're talking about, like all joking aside, like, let's be serious right now. Seriously. When you're talking about firing a machine gun, if it's not being fired from a stabilized platform, a hardened platform, like a hard mount, Pentel T&E tripod, gun cradle, if it is going to be employed freestyle or on a sloppy bipod, higher rate of fire fucks you. And you need to have a lower rate of fire. And that M60 Ultimax-ish 5 to 550 is a very controllable rate of fire for, kicking ass and taking names. But when you get up into like 750, 800, 1,000, 1,100, if you try to control that weapon system freestyle, it's absolutely uncontrollable. And when you get in this like 1150, 1200 buzzsaw, machine gun, you got to look at how the Deutschers were mostly using that thing. And that was in a, Uber Alles 37.5 pound fucking tripod with a goddamn leveling bubble. I got to go to 11 Charlie AIT to shoot this motherfucker. But dude, it spit out a lot of bullets. Saving Private Ryan, there's an entire field of dead people and cows below 3 fucking Jerry's and a busted ass fucking radar dish. Cause that's how the Germans
want to charge that. You know what I mean? It's got quite a psychological effect.
Yeah, dude, that thing was just a powerhouse, but the MG42, not so much a good assault gun. Like not on my list of great assault guns ever.
Yeah.
38 would prefer.
One of my favorite, little, just 5 seconds of Carnik video that we ever did was Dugan offhand shooting that MG3 or MG42 or whatever it was.
That was pretty sexy.
Ripping that thing off and his front foot coming off the ground under the recoil. I was like, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hashtag true story.
Kick.
So Roland, what would you say? Oh, go ahead. Oh, Roland. So what would you say your favorite machine gun is that you've used?
I'm a big, I like the GP and GPMG, but I think that your machine guns, much like your rifles, dudes love 18-inch SPRs, dudes love 8-inch PSDs, and dudes love everything in between. And they all have a good role. So for me, sustained rate of fire, support by fire machine gun, your GPMG versus your assault gun, your lighter end GPMG versus your light machine gun, which is your intermediate cartridge weapon. They all have a place. My big argument with the amount of time that we've spent in Afghanistan, and to a lesser extent, Iraq. Lots of cars in Iraq. But in Afghanistan, not so much a lot of cars. Like, you were out in the middle of fucking nowhere, man. And if you are bringing a quote, quote, assault gun and you are going to do offensive shit, the thickness of the adobe compounds and walls that you are dealing with is in excess of what a 50 cal or a Mark 19 can penetrate. And there are no technical vehicles. So there's no intermediate barrier, light skin metal, any retention of bullet weight through intermediate barrier. Like none of that applies. So the only way you're going to kill somebody with a machine gun in Afghanistan at night is fucking steel on flesh. That dude's got to be in a window opening, running from point A to point B, doing something. If he is in that house, you are not killing him with a machine gun. So, where is that house? How many thousand feet above sea level is that house? How many kilometers did you have to walk to get to that house? What is the basic combat load that you were able to sustain to get to that house? And I argue with my buddies that start playing, big dick syndrome via caliber. The Mark 48, we got to carry the Mark 48. We got to carry the Mark 46. Why are you carrying the saw? You're a fucking pussy. You need to go to the gym, fucking whatever. And I'm like, how many rounds are you bringing out on target tonight? Oh, 300. You're bringing 300 rounds for a belt-fed fucking machine gun, and nobody else on your team is carrying anything? You're a one-trick pony, son. You are fucking 45 seconds of sustained rate of fire from being fucked. I, on the other hand, am carrying 750.
The enemy already figured that out with the PKM. That's the, perfect dark solution.
So I carry 750 of 5.56 because I know that only hits on flesh count. And I'm confident enough with my intermediate cartridge that it's going to do damage within 300 meters and in, terminal damage sufficient that I'm okay with that. So in that context of dismounted infiltration to detention operations within a counterterrorism counterinsurgency problem within the rough terrain of Afghanistan, I'm absolutely going to take a 5.56 gun over a 240 or a Mark 48 every time for a nighttime offensive op. Now, go over into Helmand and be the Marines that are going to walk around until somebody steps on some shit, gets his leg blown off, or somebody gets hit with an RPG, or somebody takes around a small arms fire, and now that entire Marine platoon is fucking trapped like a boat anchor by their casualty, and they're going to have to seize a Kalat, fight for their lives, and figure out how to get a ground or air extract in there to get them. Now, sustained rate of fire, a machine gun that can handle shooting longer, hotter, without parts breakage, max effective range because it's daylight patrolling. All of those things are factors that I don't worry about with an assault machine gun. So the 240 or 240 Lima absolutely make more sense to me. Now, do you go 48 or you go 240? At that point, you've got to start really splitting hairs about what is the platoon's overall combat load? What are the engagement distances that we're looking to be using, and all these other things? A 48 can hold its own for about 800 to 1,000 rounds if it's brand new. Even a brand new 48, if you shoot over 1,000 rounds without cleaning that fucker, you're going to see your mean rounds between stoppages fucking spike because it wasn't designed to shoot over 1,000 rounds at a sitting. So you need to look at and envision what you think your element's going to be doing and then carry the machine gun for that fucking job. If you're blessed enough that you have a smorgasbord of fucking belt-fed weapons available to you like I did in Iraq in 2005 and 2006. Hashtag thank you, ref. I had an M249. I had a Mark 46. I had a 240. I had an HK21 Echo. I had a Mark 48. All of them assigned to me. I could break them down, take the barrels off and buttstocks off, and I stacked them in a fucking Pelican box that weighed like 200 fucking pounds. And I would go from fob to fob with my Pelican case, and I'd be like lagging behind all the KBR contractors and be like, God damn, what's he carrying? And the crew chiefs would run out and they'd be like, hey man, we got to get the fuck out of here. They grab my fucking box of machine guns and be like, oh my God. And I'm like, yeah, fuck yeah. Put that shit on the helicopter. Yo, let's get the fuck out of here. So I understand, individual experiences of fucking being a machine gunner in combat may vary, but I had options. And so I could use the right machine gun for the right job.
Yeah, Roland, I'll tell you, I have to agree with you on the 5.56 piece. The machine gun for the 5.56 is, especially in certain places in Afghanistan, is more than adequate. And more importantly, like you were talking about, 9 times out of 10, well, not even 9 times out of 10, I'll say 10 times out of 10, places like Korengal, the Weigall, Chowkay, you're going to make chance contact. You're not going to have time to put the gun up on a tripod. You're just going to freaking start mowing shit down. And if you're going to go free gun and like that, you're going to freaking start. You're going to need a gun that you can do that with. And I mean, all things being equal, that freaking saw and the paratrooper saw, for that matter, with that 16-inch barrel and that collapsible stock, is actually pretty fucking. I mean, it's a death dealing machine in those areas right there. And it's a lot more handy. It's a lot more accurate. Dudes carry a hell of a lot more rounds. I mean, I went with dudes in a Korengal where everybody carried a box of freaking saw ammo. So you had probably almost 2,000 rounds of freaking saw in there. So you always had a lot of freaking saw ammo. There's a lot to be said for dismounted patrolling with more saws and less freaking 240s, for that matter.
I could get on board with that, Jose. The Mark 46, as much as I loved it, I tested it for the 75th Ranger Regiment. Much like the 48, a Mark 46 is not a fucking saw. Like 7 pounds of material went somewhere, and it wasn't just that goddamn fucking magwell on the side, gentlemen. When they start fucking skeletonizing fucking structural pieces that some engineer thought were important in the first place, you might have fucking long-term problems. You just got to know that, I would never, if I was carrying a 5.56 belt fed as an individual weapon, again, as an assault gun, I would probably take a 46 or Ultimax if I could get the Singaporeans to answer the goddamn telephone and get me some fucking drums that, won't spit my fucking ammo out like chiclets, look like a Pez dispenser, except for the only problem is it's not in my machine gun when it's doing it. Or Stoner LMG. If I could have a low rate of fire, what does Stoner LMG and Ultimax have in common? Low rate of fire. They're in that sub 600 rounds per minute range. They are lightweight. But you can't carry a Stoner or an Ultimax and say, I've got a saw. That's like carrying a Mark 48 and saying you got a 240. On the higher end of, I need performance, we're in the fucking Alamo the fuck up, let's fight for our lives, Black Hawk Down shit. Those light ass guns are going to hurt you on the back end of that fight because that's not what they were designed to do. We didn't write the requirement for these light ass machine guns to do what heavier machine guns can do. So there's no free lunch. Fucking figure out what could happen. Don't plan for the worst case scenario where you've got everybody in the goddamn platoon carrying 2 AT4s. Be cognizant of soldier load, but only carry the machine gun you need to be able to fucking do the job. Don't carry more machine gun than you need. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, a note on the 240s, the thing to keep in mind on those is those kind of first showed up for realsies, as the coax gun on the Abrams. Like how these M60s kind of won't hold up to it. And then put a 240 in the Abrams, and what they put 10,000 round belt on it or something retarded like that. It's they're betting on that mean rounds between failure to staying in that 4 or 5, 6,000 range.
Right. Well, I can tell you, and Roland will attest to this. I was the first battalion's weapons squad leader that carried the Mag 58 because we didn't have 240 Leva. The Mag.
Hey, it was a better machine gun.
Oh yeah, for a year we carried that in my squad for a year. Tested it against an M60 E4 back then and a standard M60, and I'll tell you straight up, a Mag 58 that we got, believe it or not, from the Canadian paras back when the Canadians still had a para regiment. We got it from them. That's why the Army went to the 240, and that's why it became the 240.
That's an absolute fact. Jose was the weapons squad leader in Alpha Company, and each Ranger battalion got 3 of each of the guns. So one weapon squad in each of the rifle companies in each of the Ranger battalions got 1 E4 and 1 240 or 1 mag. I got the mag as a gunner in SECO. So you're talking to 2 of the 3 guys that tested the fucking mag for the 75th Ranger Regiment back when the Army had eliminated its 7.62 requirement in 86 or 89?
89. 89. Yeah.
89. They said the M60 is going to go away and get replaced with a 5.56 platform, and there will be no 7.62 GPMG in the United States Army Infantry. And the 75th Ranger Regiment, which was already fucking, one machine gun heavier than the rest of the Army. Everybody else's machine gun section was 2, and the Rangers were holding a 3-gun section with an additional E6 thrown into the mix. We were like, yeah, we'll give up our fucking weapons squad over our dead bodies. So we were going out after an MP11 soft gun purchase to not be Army common. And the infantry centers looking at us doing this in 94, and they're like, what the fuck are the Rangers doing over there? Like, they're testing a new 7.62 machine gun. They ain't going to give that shit up.
Yeah,
well, we should pigeon-tail on this test and see what the fuck's going on. I mean, let's not take the Rangers test data. Let's see what the Rangers tested. Let's get some for ourselves and do another test here at Fort Benning, which was going on when I went through BNOC in 05. They actually took us down to the ranges of BNOC class, and they're like, the stud range master or whatever at the fucking Red Cloud fucking whatever there. He's like, yeah, this is a 240. And I'm laughing. I'm like, dude, I've been shooting that bitch since I was an E4, dog, in 93. Like, I got 18 months fucking behind that fucking super pig right there. Like, what are you talking about? But that's how it happened. It went on. I'm not talking about the adoption as a service. There's definitely something to be said about that 1979 acquisition of the 240 Charlie as the decided coaxial mounted machine gun for the original 105 millimeter M1 platform. But as far as the infantry goes, and the Marines went all in with the E3, and they were having horrible trouble with that fucker. So when we started this 240G deal, they were like, what, 240 ground fucking version G? And the entire Marine Corps jumped in behind the regiment on that fucking initial purchase. Yeah, and that's kind of how that went down.
Thank you.
And part of that's the the M60 was another, like, the end of the era of, like, government directed small arms development. It was the M60 was right up there with the M14, and one of the very last things like the last thing Springfield Armory worked on. And it suffered the same sort of, like, bureaucratic shit show that the M14 did. They were just like just slapping, like, Frankensteining guns together. Oh yeah, like the M60 is like, it was like, oh yeah, we'll just take this FQ42, turn it sideways, and slap an MG42 feed tray set up on it, and go to town.
No, you're right, dude. You're exactly 100% right. The bureaucratic mess that was the M60 is what ended up being probably why it was called the pig. Now the gun was good to a degree, but you're absolutely right. It was
good when it ran, dude.
Oh yeah, it was good when it
God,
ran.
I love that 550 rounds a minute.
Oh yeah, it was good when it ran. When we drew our war stocks, Roland, you remember we drew our war stocks every cycle. every RF cycle, you drew your war stocks, ran down there and zeroed them up. And then
for you poor people that don't understand what a war stock is, in addition to having 3 machine guns in our platoon instead of 2, so that's 3 platoons and 3 rifle companies, so that's 9 M60 machine guns per company, 27 in the battalion. That was just for us to train with.
Yeah.
When we went to war, there was 27 more M60s that were brand fucking new in the arms room because we knew what a piece of shit the M60 was. So the gun I trained with daily was not the gun I took to combat. I was allowed to take my combat gun to the range prior to alert cycle and single shot 10-meter pasty, zero that bitch, and then put it back on the rack. So my war stock gun had a service life of maybe 700 rounds on that fucker, and I just knew. So every time my gun shit the bed on me in a live fire, I just shake my head and be like, Betsy, that's why you're not going to get to go to the show, cunt. I'm going to bring my other fucking girlfriend to the show. You're getting left behind, you tired ass roast beef whore. You are not going to the show. I'm kicking it off the dirt berm, throwing it on the tripod. Like, if you've never seen a pissed off Spec 4 discus, an M60 with on M122 tripod for distance off of an 8-foot berm during a live fire, you've never been around me when I did a live fire. Betsy took the fucking ride a couple times. And you shouldn't have to throw your machine guns off the berm because you're mad at them. I'm just saying. I think we're all in agreement.
You talk about war stocks. Our war stocks were pre-positioned in Kuwait, and I never got to touch mine. But whenever my guys got back off of their last deployment, right before the invasion, they got off their last deployment after Lima got shot up on Falaka Island. Turned around, their ships turned around in port after they dropped off the guys to go home on leave. They went straight back to the Gulf. Well, the entire battalion flew into Kuwait and they drew their war stocks. Now, weapons company, the cap platoon, their 50s had wood grips and wood cocking handles on them. They actually, at Barstow, they pulled the serial numbers and traced them back. They were first issued. They were mounted in the wings of P-51s in World War II. And
now
these guns were badass.
Now that's a war.
Well, they had to turn in all their guns. The first thing they really did, they drew weapons. Once they were feet on the deck, they had to draw weapons, go straight to the range and zero their brand new rifles. They tore their magazines out of plastic. And they were like, dude, it was fucking Christmas, man. Could not fucking believe it. Brand new saws, brand new everything.
You know, that reminds me of a story from the same book. So before this guy got all involved in running shit, he was Army Air Corps ordnance dude in the war. And they were having problems with bombs not exploding off the P-47. So and he went on for a while going, oh yeah, this is bullshit. You guys are just don't realize how far you guys are flying away from when these bombs, where you drop the bombs on. But eventually he got to the point, it's like, okay, yeah, give me some coordinates where these bombs are. And as soon as we had a week after D-Day, he got over there and grabbed a dude, and some sergeant guy didn't have anything else to do in a Jeep, and they went driving around France looking for unexploded ordnance. And it's like, yeah, this fuse, they found one. They're like, yeah, this fuse is fucked up. So it's like, you go stand over there, and I'm going to take this fuse out of this bomb. And eventually what they figured out was the problem after, using a hammer on the bumper of the truck to take apart this bomb, was the humidity in New Jersey where they were making the bomb fuses would sometimes get into that fuse material, and half the bombs wouldn't go off. And what they ended up doing as a field QC thing is, back in England, they'd take all the fuses off. They'd lot test the fuses by taking a fuse and dropping it off a building and see if it popped. And eventually it worked back to this was, what became Picatinny, because Picatinny started off as like a powder and fuse depot in New Jersey. It wasn't until they shut down Springfield Armory that Picatinny became a thing. It was just some place in New Jersey. So yeah, that just reminded me of that, and that's kind of loops back to some of that the manufacturing shenanigans.
All right. So for you listeners out there, if you haven't, either by your previous modcast listening or you're just coming in late, I am not allowed to play with guns, like wrench on them. I am the like evil end user, like bad evil end user. So I'm here just strictly to play uninformed, uneducated devil's advocate. With some light levity thrown in there. So that being said,
end user.
Since
so I'm here just strictly to play.
Hey, quit feedback in there.
I don't know what just happened. That was weird, man.
Yeah, that was Ghost of the Machine. As you guys heard, I had a love-hate relationship with two M60s. One was just very, very much a soul-crushing bitch, and the other one was a beautiful, glorious woman. So let's talk about the M60E6. U.S. Ordnance out of Nevada. Larry Vickers has done an ad. Small Arms Review's done an ad. Allegedly, in the Small Arms Review article, they used the 1994 testing protocols that the Army used, and that the E6 met or exceeded the 240s mean rounds between stoppages and mean rounds between failures of that test that was done. But by the way, neither the 240 nor the M60 met the testing thresholds during that test in 94. They went back and realized that their test plan and the original requirement for their thresholds and objectives were too ambitious, and they were happy enough with the performance that the FN gun provided, that they went back and waived the dealio and doing whatever, that other bureaucratic bullshit that goes behind that. So 30,000 rounds, I think, was the standard. The 60 E4 didn't come close. The 240 came closer. I think it was 3,000 and 8,000 rounds respectively. Again, taking all of Small Arms Review's data at fucking face value of them talking anecdotally about this government test that happened back in the day. And then they said that they redid the test, and the M60 E6 exceeded what the 240 had done in that original test in 94. Other caveats. The Danes use this motherfucker as their GPMG, not just their soft guys, not just 20 fucking SEALs that fucking stand around in Aryan glory and fucking talk about socialism and good fucking, military funding. Like, it is their military's machine gun. And they have, at some generation between the E4 and the E6, created that the roller lock channel in the feed tray cover that on the 240 is reciprocal, so that you can close the bolt with the bolt forward or the bolt to the rear. But in the 60, you couldn't. The bolt had to be to the rear to shut that fucker. So all new generations of the pig have got that problem taken care of now. You can now do the cam roller override into that channel along the feed tray cover to reciprocate your feeder pawls back and forth. So with everything as a dumb, uneducated, this is what you can read about on the internet, is the M60 E6 a fucking M60 polished turd, or is it truly an enhanced, like, let's focus on what sucked about the pig and really fixed it? Go.
Nice. I like that. Well, here's what I will tell you, what I've heard, and I've only heard it. I don't know. It's still an M60. Okay. So whether or not it's going to meet or exceed everybody's expectations based on the 94 protocols for the 240 or the 2001, 2002 protocols for the 48, which were even less than the 240 protocols. Dude, I'll be honest with you. It's a vendor. The vendor can say what they want, but I'm sure there's if LAV's involved with it, he'd know better than anybody. And if he says it's a good machine gun and it's been fixed, dude, you got to think that it has been, because there's probably nobody else on the planet who knows more about that shit as far as intermediary between the capability developer and the engineer than LAV.
I'm absolutely not calling Larry out on ethics in any way, shape, or form.
Oh, no, I know that.
But,
I know
but
that.
There's a difference between Larry telling me that fucking M66 has been fixed and Larry being on a sponsored television program where there are people other than him that might have editorial rights to the material that are being put out there in that show. I mean, I don't know how much total control over content that Larry has. Larry and I have never even sat down and discussed that. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's don't believe everything you hear on Google. Don't see on Google. Don't believe everything you hear on TV. I was encouraged because I really like the pig.
Well, here's what I'm saying, though. Here's what I'm going to say, though. That, Larry's got a reputation to uphold. So if the gun were to fail, right, or if the gun were not to be as it lived up to, man, that's gonna reflect. I mean, he's taken a leap, he's taken a bound. I'm not saying that he hasn't endorsed anything before, but let's be honest. I mean, there's very few dudes out there that know as much about this shit as LAV does in a lot of ways. You know what I mean? Now I mean, that's just a fact. I mean, that's, beyond him, Ken Hackathorn, right? Or Paul Brown, right? I mean, other than that, and then you get down into the engineer guys like Jordan, or the designers like Jordan, or Clint Lynch, those guys who know this shit. But I just have to believe that it is an advertisement that the vendor is saying it met or exceeded the 94 protocols for the 240. And Roland, you know better than as well as I do. When ATEC does a test on a military service weapon, they ain't the smartest guys on the planet developing those test protocols or writing the temp. They don't talk to guys like us. They don't talk to guys like you and me. They write the temp in a vacuum, and so when they do the T's and the O's, hell, the capability developers, at MCOE, hell, they don't even know what the hell what they're writing when they write the T and the O. You know what I mean? They're writing.
That's a fucking fact.
Yeah, they cut and paste. They don't understand. I mean, they're basically saying, well, we want it to do this, but we'd love it to shoot the phase plasma rifle in the 40-watt range. And that's their objective. And
hyperburst.
Yeah, hyperburst. There you go. So the point is that the bottom line is, in my mind, is that if LAV is saying it, he's putting a lot on the table. You know what I mean? I guess that's what I'm getting at. Somebody more like Jordan, or another designer. I think if you chime in and say what I don't know if you even know about the E6. I'm just telling you what I've heard, not what I know.
I need everybody else to chime in.
I mean, I know what it is.
Somebody may be on an SOT and do something crazy this year.
I might have shot one a while back.
I broke an M60 once. Does that count?
well, Chad, you shot it. What was it like? I mean,
from Roland's description of it, he was discussing it earlier today on Facebook, and I asked him, does it have a spring-loaded roller bearing? And he said that it does supposedly. Then that's the gun I shot, and it was on a range day at SHOT Show just a couple years ago. Freddie Bliss was right there. They had a T1 on it because it has a Picatinny feed tray cover. And the first thing I did is I went through the gun. I was looking at it like, damn, they fixed the roller bearing. Sweet.
They also shortened that fucker up, Jose. So that feed tray cover doesn't need to go all the way back to the rear.
Yeah. It's a fixed
partition
rear
like the old Stoner or the LMG.
Right.
So your optic can be fixed mounted to that receiver, and it's not on some reciprocating hinged fucking lid bullshit like we had to deal with. Sorry, go ahead, Chad.
Yeah, it's okay. But like I said, I'm not certain if it's the same model. It might have been an Echo 5. 0.5, I don't know, but it had the spring-loaded roller bearing, had a different safety selector on it that I liked. I'm drawing a blank on what it was, I want to say it was a crossbolt. But
so
anyways,
they replaced the 45 down,
the 45 with a crossbolt, like a 240 saw.
That you would knuckle it and just get after it.
Yeah, flush on the right, ready to fight.
Hey, some fucking assholes did that with the LMG, which pissed me off. Like, hey, we want a crossbolt, and I'm like, really? They put an AR selector on it just for you, and you want a crossbolt? Just because you think link's coming out the left-hand side. Y'all mentioned Jesus. Go back to your corners.
I made a crossbolt safety for an AR. I was like, sure, I can make that.
This ain't your daddy's shotgun, cowboy.
Anyways, I got down to shoot the damn thing, and I was hammering LaRue's. Like, I think that range is like 300 yards, and I was just point and click. I was impressed with it because I'm all about the FN guns, man. It had Picatinny forend on it, foregrip. It had a decent bipod on it. It was the old M60 bipod.
That's what I heard. I heard the bipod's different. It's a nice
bipod. I could load it well. I was like, hey, can I go forward to this concrete? He's like, yeah. I was like, I just want to. He's like, carry on, devil dog. I'm like, roger that. And so I scooched forward a couple of feet, and so I could spring load that bitch.
Oh yeah.
And I fucking hammered down on it, and it was just chomp. And you're getting like 3 to 5 round impacts on steel. Is awesome.
Awesome.
And they had the
right now, man.
They had the sweet ass Maytech micro mount. So if you actually could laser target or your TRPs, you could fucking 500 pop, 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 first shot hits. Yeah. I was like, dude, I want one. Make it 3. I want 3.
What I think that the most interesting thing about the M60 is its barrel configuration, where they've got a steel chamber locking lug part, then the Stellite chamber and throat insert, and then the rest of the barrel. And it's like 3 parts.
Right. Yeah. There's 3 parts to it, basically. You're right. You're exactly right.
And one of the things
Stellite's the shit, man.
Yeah, and that's what it was. It's like, Stellite's so hard to work with. They just took this Stellite liner, this cast liner that had the forward 75% of the chamber just cast into it, and then all that got sandwiched between the two parts of the steel barrel. And one of the things they figured out is that helped the way the heat flow through the barrel was drastically improved, because with that liner in there, they actually had some air gap between the front of the barrel, the chamber, and then the rear of the chamber and extension area. So the heat transfer between all those things was much less than a conventional barrel. And they had to do that because the shit was exploding and not working, and it was kind of a Band-Aid. Yeah. But it was cool nonetheless, right?
That's fucking awesome. So, the things that we can't talk about because we haven't been able to lift up the skirt yet and really get under the hood and see what this 60 Echo's got going on. Does it have and I know I'm not on camera, but I'm using the air quotes, self-cleaning piston? Because I want to find the motherfucker that said that the M60 had a self-cleaning piston and kick him right in the vagina. That fucking, I have spent more hours of my life trying to turn an M60 piston back into silver.
There's a lot of nifty things like that kind of been lost to history a little bit. I've got an old encyclopedia of them back here. Various different weirdo not self-cleaning, but the piston plug housing itself was a carbon scraper. So you just you'd half pull it out and twist it a couple of times to free everything up and stick it back and kick it back into the normal working detent position and stuff like that. They had a bunch of weird shit that, that coming of age of automatics from 1900 up until World War II, where people were just doing weird shit left and right to try and figure out what works and what doesn't.
Well, here's the thing: is the Mag 58 had 10 regulator settings. It was ridiculous. You get to the 240, and it's got 3.
Yeah.
And then you go to the saw,
like clean normal,
like the new monoblock saws, no regulator. You can't clean that. I'm like, totally going the wrong direction. Like that's like de-evolution, like going the wrong way. Because like that's what shuts the gun down. Not being able to get in there and clean out those gas ports, or at least open it up a bit if the gun's getting a little worn out.
Well, that was a nut I tried to crack once or twice. Was like a kind of auto-regulating gas block for like an AR, something like adjustable, but just kind of happens automatically.
Automagic. I like that word.
Yeah. And that's, I think, about as far as it ever got. It's like, okay, yeah, I don't know if this will work. It's something though.
Yeah.
Bunch of weirdo old AR projects. We had another thing where the piston, I don't know if really, I think a piston AR helps in this regard. Was some of the over the beach or still in the water performance, because we rigged up a little 8-inch M16 that was piston powered that you could fire just full auto underwater. Like you didn't even have to let it drain. You could just stick it, just dive under and pull the trigger and start ripping rounds off. Now, God only knows they're probably going 6 inches past the muzzle, but it worked. And a lot of it was like Swiss cheesing the buttstock and the receiver extension, because essentially what happens in that when you've got a gun full of water is that whole receiver extension with the buffer just turns into a big hydraulic shock absorber, and you'll get like it'll shoot once and like half cycle and that will be it. So you Swiss cheese all that and everything starts working. They kind of had those over the beach receiver extensions that I don't think ever really got put in everything, where they put a couple extra holes in stock positions.
When those are standard in LWRCs.
Yeah, and
every detent hole has a drain.
Yeah, I did the same thing when I was having my run. I got to play king for a day in terms of receiver extensions. I'm like, well, shit. I talked to our guy, the guys running the machines. I'm like, how much time is this going to take to poke an extra hole? You're already there. And they're like, oh yeah, it's no problem. We can put those holes in. It's not going to cost us.
The hole's already indicated.
Well, they're already there cutting that hole. All they have to do is just peck it again with a different tool. And it's like, okay, well, shit. Well, let's put 6 or 7 holes in it.
So
I still didn't get one of those some of those Magpul extensions.
When I went to HK Armor course in Ubendorf, the trainer for the armor course is a former German KSK guy, and at that time they were trying to pimp all of the government contracts that had bought the 416 rifle to get the over the beach upgrades. And they have this, you can imagine in Germany, the gun laws are really tight and everything. And so HK's got this range that they go to, and it's very narrow in between like two fucking ridge lines, and you're like shooting down a valley, and it's very, very tight, and it's very green and very lush and whatever. So they dig this fucking hole, man.
I've seen this.
Yeah. The internet's seen the video.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Steve, my armor instructor, when he's got like the welding mask and the 3 alpha body armor on, and he comes out of the water, and it's like, and it's doing like the slow-mo, and the side of the Colt fucking explodes next to his face. Like he shows us this video in class, and I'm like, Steve, you're an idiot. He's like, I knew this would happen. And I was like, well, that's okay. So,
we did the same thing, except we just used like a 10-foot pole that we like duct taped to the receiver extension and some string, not get right next to the gun. Let's see if this, we're going to try this, but, stand over there while we do it, sort of thing.
Yeah. So when, prior to something back in the early 2000s, we did it. It was the M4 PIP, but it was the SOCOM M4 PIP. So and it was run by I want to say it was run by Lucius Gus Taylor, the guy that ran Satmon. So it's a Crane deal. So they send out these fucking questionnaires to like all elements of the command, and it's like a survey. Have you ever, how many times in your career within SOCOM has, you know, the side of your M4 receiver exploded? And as a ground guy, like, and a non-gun person that doesn't understand shit about shit, I don't understand having your gas tube full of water and your buff tube full of water and pressure's got to go somewhere and yada, 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 blah, blah, blah. So I'm like the senior staff sergeant passing this survey out to the men. I'm like, all right, guys, let's go ahead and knock out the survey so we can get it back to the powers that be, and maybe they can unfuck our M4s, which at the time were getting a real bad rap because of the bolt bounce shit that you guys are talking about, you know, egging out our pinholes and just all, you know, the extractor being dog shit and slipping off rounds, you know, and creating the failure to extract, you know, malfunctions. Those were the two biggest ones, I think, where we're just losing your gun just when you you'd run it through a workup. And I hate using that word workup because that has different connotations on the Marine Corps side. Because my gun's mine all the time. I don't just get a gun, do a workup, and then do a float. Like, it's my gun, but there are portions of my training cycle where my rate of ammo per day is going to go up exponentially. Maybe not full retard go up, but it's going to go up. You know, hey, I was a platoon sergeant, I ordered ammunition. The marksmanship training path for CQB for the 75th Ranger Regiment, the pre-flat range training prior to flat range qual that qualified you to be able to go into the house and do live fire was 1,000 rounds per soldier that had M4 based platform. And that was a 1 day block. So on that day, and we didn't do that all the time, but on that 1 day of the year, that soldier was going to shoot 1,000 rounds through his fucking M4 in a single day, practicing for his qual to be able to go into the shoot house. And we would do that quarterly. So if we didn't do any other fucking live fire training, no fucking qual, no zeroing, like big Army qualification, no zeroing, no fucking platoon live fire exercise. If we did nothing but our 4 shoot houses out of the year, I promise you, those guns were getting 1,250 rounds, 1,000 on the qual range, fucking, and then qual and the actual rounds they shot into the fucking walls of my shoot house. They're shooting 1,250 rounds through their guns 4 times a year. So I can promise you that the round count on my guns was at least 9K a year without any of the fucking maneuver live fire exercises that are normally your big round fucking counters that burn up all your belt feds. So without doing any of that math, just what I know I can account for, every M4 in my platoon was getting 9,000 rounds a year put through them. Fucking, like, no doubt. I'm sorry, 5,000 rounds a year put through them. No doubt. So anyway, going back. So yeah, we had to fill out this stupid fucking form. And like, I'm looking at some of the shit and I'm like, wow, what are other people in the command that are cooler than I doing to their guns that Crane is asking me, when's the last time, you know, your fucking upper and lower seared off from one another and your fucking pin stayed in your lower and fucking goddamn Muppet came out of your lower receiver and said, waka, 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 waka. I was like, I've never seen that. Like, as far as I'm concerned, some of the malfunctions that I saw in there were as crazy as that. But they were happening somewhere in the command at that time because that's where Crane came up with that fucking survey. And from there, that's where we got the black fucking buffer and fucking O-ring and the other things because they went after the 90% fucking problem. There was shit that was a bridge too far. Magazines was the first thing. Going back to it because we just had the soldier system shit. You guys are not everybody here is a longtime PNS dude and has heard me go off on the rant, but the biggest thing that Gus Taylor did to improve the M4 platform for us was he identified that the Army system by national stock number had 6 vendors providing USGI magazines. So he fucking got all 6 companies from all 6 companies, magazines from all 6 companies. Thank you. And he did crane fucking reliability testing, shoot till mean round between failure, mean round between stoppage. There were 3 that were considered acceptable. There were 3 that were immediately stop use of the companies. Center Industries, who has the fucking current contract for the M4, for the M855 fucking A1 round, Center Industries was one of the 3 companies that was a fucking stop use from SOCOM. 65,000 members of SOCOM were told immediately by policy letter, do not use Center Industries magazines in your fucking weapons anymore. They told each component service, you are now authorized to buy via credit card and purchase card magazines and not go through the big DoD procurement system, because of how fucking shady the spread was in magazine reliability of these 6 vendors. And when you ordered through the government system, there was no way to know which one of the 6 vendors was going to be in the plastic pouch until you cut the motherfucker open and pulled it out. The 2 top performers, Colt and OK Industries. OK Industries makes Colt magazines. Colt just puts their own floor plate on them. So essentially number 1 and number 2 were the same fucking mag. I wish I could remember who number 3 was.
Probably NHTMG or something like that.
I can't remember. Somewhere. I know there was a Natchez, there was a Center, and there was a Mariline or fucking Infoline or
it's been 10 years since I've had to think about that.
Yeah, no shit. But anyway,
PMAG came out in 2006 or 7 or whatever. It's like, fuck this metal shit.
But I mean, hey, those have not always done well. Like, it's a big deal that PMAG won that contract. That's a huge deal because they've had
that's a rocky win, man.
Yeah, they've had to overcome their own. You know, there are places where the PMAG was a stop use item as well, and where test data was thrown out there to prove. But that day ain't today, and that magazine ain't the PMAG Gen 3. I'll tell you that. I'll tell you that much.
And the best thing about all that is that the biggest stop usage was from the Marine Corps, and they turned around and it's the Marine Corps adopting them. That's what's awesome,
dude. The irony is
they went straight back and beat their ass.
The irony is amazing.
Part of the Marine Corps issue was the Gen 2s didn't play well with the IAR magwells. Why the Marine Corps ever allowed HK to continue to force that fucking retarded SA-80 magwell down their throats is beyond me. But
dudes won the jobs with HK whenever they got out. Yeah, that's why they didn't push it.
But it's such a simple. I mean,
you gotta look at product line retooling and all that shit. I know we like to say, hey, we're the fucking Marine Corps, but I've been down this road with L3 and the fucking PEC 15 versus LA5 fucking Charlie Laser. Insight / L3 is laughing all the fucking way to the bank because the Army said, we don't give a shit about your fucking upgrades you guys did. We're going to stick with the original requirement, blah, 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 blah. And now every time they squirt plastic into 2 different molds, they have split a wedge between us and kept us from fucking doing bulk fucking purchasing power to them. So L3 wins by having to run 2 production lines, and we as the government lose. And I think that the Marine Corps is frankly scared of trying to force HK to do anything.
Yeah, and I don't. HK's reasoning for that's that all comes from the SA-80 A2s and their blank magazines. I'm like, come on, really? You're making things hard for everyone over a fucking British mod blank magazine.
Yep. No, I agree with you. and I ran EMAGs for a long time, and they were good. They were good mag. They worked out well for me. But the Germans are weird breed, man.
HK.
And then once, when the 416 was the only customer was the U.S. government, they were very, very receptive. And then they sold the fucker to Norway. And then, didn't it replace the G36 in the Bundeswehr as well now?
Yeah, I think so. They got
two or three. That's still a shit show.
Forces.
Well, I know they're getting rid of them G36s because I see more Kurds running around with fucking Lego fucking plastic guns.
Funny thing about German guns is they very nearly adopted the AR-10, the Artillery Liechtenstein Dutch AR-10s as their main battle rifle before the G3. It was the G4, and that's what they actually liked. They preferred the AR-10s, and they ended up going with the G3s just because the Soviets were breathing down their necks, and they could make G3s faster. They're like, we like the AR-10, but you can't deliver them fast enough.
They could back in the day. Let me tell you, brother, having been to fucking Ubendorf, all of that roller block, delayed.
Well, no, the Germans weren't going to make them. The Dutch were going to make them.
Gotcha. Yeah,
that's like Germany light.
Yeah, bro. I went to the fucking HK factory, and it was like the main floor was just all these big, gigantic injection molding machines, and I'm like, what the fuck are we doing out here, And this is a ModCast repeat Prime, so you can go ahead and fucking delete it out. But there's like this long-haired, like facially pierced fucking German 20-year-old, fucking, he's got his iPod in, he's fucking du hast, mash, and he's just fucking thrashing out, and the fucking big ejection molded sandwich machine opens up, and this little fucking greasy 20-year-old faggot walks in with a Ziploc bag full of metal, and he sticks it, each metal corresponding piece to a magnet on the walls, A, B, C, D, slot A, whatever, and he fucking empties out all the metal pouch, all the shit out of the Ziploc bag. He double checks, yep, my Ziploc bag is empty, all of my magnets are filled. He steps out, he slams a button, the fucking clamshell closes, it goose fucking plastic in there, it opens back up, and a UMP fucking 45 submachine gun falls out. In the amount of time that it took this fucking semi-skilled fuck that couldn't even get a job at fucking Cookout or fucking maybe on his best behavior he could get some Whataburger action, but he ain't getting no fucking Cookout. Or fucking Chick-fil-A job. Like, he is below Chick-fil-A fucking hiring requirements, and this bitch is gooing out UMP 45s like it's his fucking job. And I'm like, where's the goddamn metal works in this bitch? Where? And then they took me up in this loft, and there are these 4-inch thick old fucking wooden girdered fucking tables with big ass vices and shit attached to them, and there's Geppetto. And my man's been there since fucking probably right after reorganization of World War II, and he's fucking been in fucking sheet metal and fucking zat fucking welding shit around this vice block to make that fucking groove where the charging handle on the MP5 and the G3 goes. He's peeling that from a straight piece of metal into a curved piece of metal from the right side of the upper to the lower side of the upper, and he's like bzz, 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 hooking some shit up. And I'm like, man, Geppetto look old as fuck. Who the fuck knows how to do that other than Geppetto? And they're like, nobody. I was like, so when that motherfucker dies, your fucking SME experts about fucking MP5 are fucking gone. And that's why HK has been trying for the last, look at it, XM8, UMP. The HK has been trying to get away from handcrafted, German-engineered, high-end Rolex watch shit to some plug-and-play McDonald's fucking bullshit for fucking over 15 years. And others have have drank the Kool-Aid. I have not.
Well, that's as kind of a designer, that plays a big part, is how can I get this $9 an hour guy to make a gun that's not a piece of shit. Injection molding's a big thing. Is a good way of doing that. HK figured out the wrong way. You can't use that for, major structural heat
receivers.
My HK shot great until the temperature went up over 100 degrees internally, and then my fucking MOAs went from like 3 to like 8.5.
Now, there's things that, not to say that's impossible to pull off, but they're just run of the mill. Glass filled nylon's not going to cut. Not going to cut it there with some steel inserts. That's the same problem I think is gonna what's held up the whole caseless and like plastic cased bullshit in terms of future guns. Now that everyone's gone. Man. The thermal dynamics, that shit just doesn't work as well. You don't have that brass case ripping out all those BTUs of heat from the whole system. And your weird ass like fucking ninja mechanics and stuff they put in those guns. I don't know what those guys' deal is with all that stuff.
I think there are times where it matters. I think on your larger loads, the weight reduction matters. And maybe not for – does anybody care about weight reduction of a can of 50 cal when you're like push pressing it up to the top of a truck so that a gunner can slap another can of 50 onto the gun? As long as you ain't got bitches in your formation, no. Like if you can't grab a can of 50 from down in the vehicle, step out next to the truck and press it up off your chest like you're doing a fucking bench press, and then lean forward into an overhead press and slide that fucking can of 50 up onto the roof so my man can put it into the fucking cage on the side of the Mark 93 cradle and continue to get his belt-fed jihad on, you probably don't need to be in that fucking job. But that vehicle's ass is attached to the ground. You start fucking taking things like the Kiowa Warrior that in Iraq would have a basic load for its 50 of like 500 rounds or 700 rounds. And it was fucking Winchester, man. It was done. So these fucking helos would fly over and fucking bow, 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 bow. They'd do like 2-3 runs, and they'd be like, and I'm spent. I'm out. I'll see you guys for 15 minutes after I go fucking fuel and gas. Fuck it, or, fucking arm and gas. What the fuck, man? And I'm right back in the same fucking firefight holding my fucking dick. So if you look at a load, a hybrid polymer case brass with the appropriate heat-sensitive resin, so you're not pulling brass asses off and leaving polymer fucking casings in the fucking chamber. If you can crack the code on all that and reduce weight by about 30%, 25 to 30%.
And size.
Now it's a game changer. Obviously, manufacturing costs going to go way up. Heat transfer or heating over the gun going to go up. But if I only have a limited basic load and I'm trying to carry more of these bullets to give me more bullets on the aircraft overall, I'm probably not at the risk of a sustained rate of fire overheating situation like you are on a ground platform. Everybody kind of track?
Yeah. And I think that's where, some of the stumbling block has happened is a lot of that case telescopic stuff and caseless came from like the 20 and 30 millimeter world, where a lot of these aircraft cannons and systems where that shit really starts to make sense.
It really does, man.
And like things like your older rotary cannons and stuff are primed. They're ready for like a straight walled push through sort of extraction sort of thing. They don't even have to think about it. And then
like a GAU 19 rotary barrel 50 cal. Like if you were king for a day and money was no object, why wouldn't you use hybrid ammunition for that fucking purpose?
Yeah. But and then they kind of try and shrink this stuff down into like the LSAT and stuff, and it's like, okay, it's a great idea. And you got the G11 style swished clockwork on the inside to make all this shit happen.
That's where you get into diminishing returns.
Yeah. Well, and not so much, maybe not so much like the weight game, right? Yeah, at the end of the day, you're, with a combat load or whatever, you're still saving a pound or two, even with the complexity. But how important is that pound in terms of giving up other things like your heavy rate of fire and your familiarity, because some of that, I see like shit like that LSAT and like the carbine and stuff, and that, like, all I can think of is like the F2000 and shit in terms of being able to like clear out stuff, and when shit goes wrong, it goes really fucking wrong.
If it doesn't shoot a laser beam, it doesn't need to look futuristic, but it all comes down to dollars. Like, yeah, if that shit worked right now, and if it was $10 a round for that LSAT, I don't know that for a fact. If it's $10 a round for that LSAT versus, 59 cents a round for
sneaking suspicion that stuff would actually be cheaper.
We'll see that. The price comes down with the ability to push volume, but if obviously the cost was on the front end, not on the back end with that.
Yep.
And so I don't care how great and whiz bang it is, but if it's so fucking expensive, guys can't afford to train with it and can't afford to carry enough of it to kill enough bad guys, it ain't worth it. Like, dudes can carry fucking M193 and kill just as many bad guys, if not more, with a 20-year-old platform than carrying a fucking gun that is carrying, like, it's $1,000 gun carrying $3,000 worth of ammo. Like, what the fuck?
This is my counterpoint to that, is that General Dynamics and these other, defense contractors that your former President Eisenhower warned you about, these guys are fucking heavy hitters. And anything having to do with you, Chad, or me as a grunt is frankly beneath them. It's fucking smegma on their ball sack or fucking gum on the bottom of their shoe. So the fact when I see General Dynamics or AAI fucking actually investing in a ground system lets me know that all of the sudden, magically fucking money is going to pour from Congress to field and equip that fucking system. And that's the problem with the soldier as a system, is that none of this individual line items are enough to make these big fucking industrial defense fucks throw their lobbyists at Congress to make shit happen.
And historically, they've been really bad at it. There's a lot of like weird ass like machine guns, aircraft cannons and stuff that were like you had like Ford and Cadillac Gauge and some of the like AAI and stuff, and it just never amounted. It was just, they were too, I don't know, over-engineered, I guess. And none of it ever got anywhere because they were too busy doing their whole corporate thing. And that's that's something, some other guys have kind of figured out that, hey, it's not the, you look at the major like U.S. Small arms, and the shit that's worked really well was the shit some dude in a garage or, some machine shop somewhere shit out on his own. You look at all the
can't replicate it.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
Yeah, there's a certain amount of magic that goes on there. You get like Browning, and look at all he did with the machine guns and like the 1911 and stuff. Really, more than machine guns. The 1911's the 1911. It's a pistol. What to do? And then I think like Garand. He basically, that was his baby. He had some government support, but that was more on the back end, just letting him do his thing, and then, you look at the, AR-15, and that was, Armorlight was two dudes in California that like guns, who also happened to be like a patent attorney for Lockheed, and they knew what they were doing, so they started like doing shit. And then one day they ran into some nerd shooting his own gun at a range out in California, happened to be named Eugene Stoner. Like, hey, you like your own gun? I make our own guns. And they got together. It's just some serendipitous, just like guys in a fucking garage making this shit. And it just so happens that these guys were one of them was working for Fairchild Aircraft. They're like, oh, okay, well, we'll throw you guys some money to come up with some shit. And that's
don't think that I won't fucking laugh on the inside every fucking California fucking socialist that I put down at the irony of the fact that fucking the most iconic Black Rifle evil fucking gun platform ever was made in their country.
Oh, it was made in Hollywood, like straight up.
So
that was
good.
The address on the side.
So good. It warms my blackened heart.
Well, and that was one of the things is like here in Missouri, we were one of the congregation of like the original like gun related California refugees, like Sierra Bullets and Starline Brass and stuff all set up shop here after they moved from California.
Now, was that because you guys just at that time had a really good tax-friendly business? Come on, business, come out here.
I have no idea, to tell you the truth. That was before I was even born. I don't know.
I wonder if that was a Me Too thing, like one guy jumped and everybody else.
Oh, yeah, it always is. Yeah, because like Starline was like the guy who started that was a Sierra employee and all that sort of bullshit. No, they moved here because LCAP was next door, the Lake City Army ammunition plant.
Yes.
Yeah,
I never knew where Lake City was at. Thank you for letting me know.
It's outside of Kansas City.
Okay.
And the reason that's been like the core place is because outside of St. Louis, just down I-70, is Olin that makes that did all the brass and shit, and then in southeast Missouri is like the Doe Run lead mines and stuff. So like all the brass, all the lead, pretty much all the war material except for the powder into making ammunition, came out of like Missouri and the surrounding states.
So that's like some no shit, like World War II military strategic fucking.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was like,
mobilization of a nation for war kind of shit going on. I love it.
And that's like you have that shit like
we don't do that anymore.
City. One of the last remaining Army ammunition plant besides Lake City were Federal Cartridges up in Minnesota. That's why why like the Frankfurt Arsenal kind of bloomed a little bit. This was all inland stuff protected from the Germans and the Japanese, so they couldn't get at that stuff. Because and that was one of the things they were afraid of was you looked at, and this was even an issue into the Cold War with like M16 production, is when Colt was doing the M16, 95% of the gun was made in the greater Hartford, Connecticut region. And they're like, ugh, we need one nuke and we're fucking out of M16s.
Yeah, one nuke and we won't need M16s though, buddy.
Well, not even a nuke. One good firebombing, and there's not even M6. There's no more M16s.
Yeah, and
that
evolution's been interesting, but
see now the fuck, it doesn't matter. Every there's as many M16 manufacturers as there's people. Practically
as many M16 assemblers as there are.
You'd be surprised how many like podunk little backwoods machine shops are cranking out some bit and bop little piece for by the 100,000 for people. Now some of the strategic stuff barrels and forgings and shit, but you can the forgings are pretty spread out. The problem is your big one, Zero Forge, it makes like 95% of the market. It's like, that's kind of awesome if they had problems, or they are a Berkshire Hathaway company, so if they really wanted to, Warren Buffett really wanted to put the screws to everybody, he could shut off AR forgings if he really wanted to. Yeah, I can't get over that whole the whole AR-15 Genesis is literally just like three guys in their fucking garage in California, and this thing become a thing.
It's a great gun if it just didn't run so fucking dirty. And I can get through a lot of rounds being a lazy son of a bitch by just adding more lube. Like it just gets glunkier and glunkier and glunkier in there, but it still runs. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm tainted from 26 years in the military, and on the front end of that, with a very high, like, you need to take care of your equipment. No, I'm not going to do services on your gun if when I pull your bolt out, my hands are covered in black. So the default standard is your gun will be turned in dry.
Yeah.
So, anytime I want to go get an extractor looked at, or I've had a couple of, failure to ejects coming out of it. I think my ejector spring's getting weak or whatever. It's all fun and games, to be that fucking internet asshole like I routinely am about, like, fuck, dude, I'm just going to put some more oil in this bitch. Like, I don't clean guns. Like, at a fundamental level, I do not clean guns. But in the Army, I had to clean some fucking guns, man.
Yeah. To strip it down to nothing.
And I'll tell you, dude, that fucking piston on the 416 is a motherfucking pleasure, bro. Because I won't go through.
Here, man.
I won't go through a whole gunfight with a gun dry. Like, I'm not a fucking total asshole. I'll carry a small oil bottle with me. But, like, if I have to do a mag change in a real world environment, that means the shit's kind of on. Like, I'm telling you, like, 19 out of every 20 missions I went on operationally, that shit was game, set, and match before the first mag change.
Yeah.
The first time that I've got to fucking strip that mag and bolt lock, that's when I'm kind of like, shit's kind of sporty tonight.
Yeah, here we go. Get ready for it.
So I've gone back behind the cover. I've got the fucking mag in there. I fucking clicked it in, and now might be that time for me to take that pause. Like, damn, I had to do a mag change tonight. I never do a mag change. Well, why don't I go ahead and douche this bitch? Fuck it.
Yeah.
Hang on. I'm already behind cover.
Blast that bolt carrier while you're there.
Yep. So I fucking reach in my arm pocket. I pull out my little oil bottle. I fucking open it up. I fucking some fucking dude. It's like last minute. Like, I've decided I'm going to do anal. You guys know what I'm talking about. Like, it is literally like, I'm going to go ahead and douche it in there. Racka.
Yeah, it's like, this is going to make a fucking mess, but it's going to keep all the dirt from turning into concrete.
It's like, fuck, I'm going to have to pay for this later, but I know I'm going to get through this gunfight. But for 19 other gunfights, I literally had not a drop of oil on my gun because I knew that I was either not going to kill anybody, or if I did kill anybody, it was only going to be like one or two people, 5-6 rounds. And the goddamn dust was going to get on my bolt. And I was going to have to take my whole gun apart, wipe all the oil off, all the fucking powdered moon dust on it. And it was just better for me to just leave the fucking gun dry. Because I can fire 4, 5, 6 rounds, kill 2, 3 people, and not have to clean my gun that night. I just hit it with the fucking air compressor, and it's good to go,
Well, and it's been my experience that is once the guns, once an AR is broken in a little bit, a dry gun works fine. Now, a fresh one from the factory, it's a fucking problem. It doesn't work. Trust me.
Oh, yeah.
I've been there.
Some of those coatings, like especially parkerization, like parkerized parts, they're so gritty. Like there's viscosity, or not viscosity isn't the word I'm looking for. There is fucking resistance, metal on metal.
Oh yeah.
Some of those powder coat-ish looking parts.
That powder, the park. That's half of why it's used. Is it's designed to actually rub away where you get metal on metal contact. At least that's the thought behind it, right? Is it stays there and protects the metal where you're not getting that constant abrasion. But it's just kind of there for it's like in the kind of like the 4 rails around the carrier. Is the parks off of those in the first 500,000 rounds. Especially consider some of the how abrasive anodized can be. And a lot of that has to do with the actual process. Some of like a lot of people will do like an acid pre-wash to make sure that stuff sticks real good, but that also makes that coarse, gritty, sparkly shit you see sometimes.
Yep.
Like Bushmaster's real bad about it. Yeah. And a lot of it has to do with what they do beforehand and what kind of media grit blasting they're doing.
And air pressure.
Yeah. And
pre-treatment. See, guys, boys and girls on the internet, this is why I am not allowed to fucking mount my own 1-6 in a fucking scope mount because I'm a fucking idiot. But these guys actually know where the sparkly stuff on parkerization came from.
Well,
this is crystallization.
And one of the funny things is it's one of those things that like the mil spec way of doing it is maybe not the best way of doing it too. Because I had that conversation with FN was they were having it's probably largely cosmetic, but they were having problems with, getting their parkerization to come out in an
uniform manner.
Yeah. And I'm like, well, here's how I do it. And I know what I'm not doing that you guys are doing. And that's the chromic acid rinse post parkerizing, which no one other than the big industrial guys do because the chromic acid is bad.
Fucking nasty.
Yeah. And, and it's something they've looked at actually replacing in terms of the mil spec for that sort of coating.
Here's the thing about parkerization though, man. Parkerization, man, that's like a 150-year-old process.
Right.
Guys are trying to figure that out still. I'm like, really, dude? Why don't we just vacuum fume blue my deuces while we're at it? Seriously?
It was a sexy fucking Guns N' Ammo article in 1980, whatever. But why are we still having this conversation?
Guys like the same finish as. And I'm talking fit and finish, you fuckers. I'm talking about just finish as a reflective properties. They like that certain finish of a nice matte parkerized.
Well,
right. And guess what? One shot with a spray can full of gun coat, I can have the same fucking effect, and it's 10 times better.
It's not faster or cheaper.
It's not faster or cheaper, but it's better.
To spray gun coat? What is gun coat? What do you guys say?
Phenolic resin is basically melting plastic.
Stop nerding on me.
Fancy paint.
Okay.
It's paint. Slap.
Well, that's one of those things is originally, it was one of the first cost cutting measures when the government got involved in the M16 was get rid of the fully hard chrome bolt and carrier. It's all of Armalite stuff, and even the early Colts, the bolt was chrome, the extractor was chrome, the entirety of the carrier were hard chrome plated. And that's we can save $1 by getting rid of that shit.
Yeah.
And I'm surprised some of that hasn't come back because
it has, but not as chrome.
Yeah.
It has come back as nickel Teflon.
And that's
and another plating process has superseded it.
Stuff like the electroless nickel and stuff is not. I don't buy into it as much as hard chrome plate. It may work as fine, but there's a lot more to it. Most your nickel, electroless nickel stuff. There's usually the various different grades of how much phosphate is in the mix. And you want a low phosphate electroless nickel for low friction and lubricity and whatnot, but you want a medium or high phosphate nickel for corrosion resistance and stuff like that. And then you've got to when you start doing additives throwing Teflon or nickel boron into the and kind of that matrix composite you're growing on the part can sometimes have the nickel boron and Teflon both if that's not done correctly, can actually be an avenue for corrosion, because the nickel boron, like little particles, aren't doing anything to protect the underlying steel. So a lot of times they'd be done right. Like they'll do like a low phos or high phos. I forget which one is what.
Well, there's very
nickel.
few.
It's like 2 or 3 different passes to build up the right combination of magic on it to get both the low friction and the corrosion resistance. Exactly.
And there's very few shops that do it right, that actually have the right industry ratings. Having Freddie Blish in here would be perfect right at this point in time about that. Because in the firearms industry, it's all about, guys are like, yeah, we're ISO 9001. It's like, oh, okay. So you have like a document you make to, great, cool.
Yeah, you can do some paperwork. Awesome.
Yeah, you do paperwork. But whenever you get it a 9100, like, all right, now you're talking.
Yeah, it's like, I want to know about your actual continuous improvement and whatnot on that stuff.
Yeah, I know that Robar, for a long time, they have been the go-to guys for a lot of other big name companies for their plating, for their internal parts, maybe a certain minigun manufacturer and some others. Those guys, aerospace grade, that's the kind of tolerances that they hold in their quality. But there's other companies out there that don't hold that rating, that are doing these processes that's where you get subsurface corrosion that causes it to delaminate, or you get cavitation where you get the dimpling.
Just some of the stuff in my own experience I've had to deal with was variance in anodization thickness due to media blasting intensity and grit. Certain areas, like in this particular case, lowers would grow that thickness differently. So they'd be measuring it on the side, everything's looking cool, and then I'm 1,000 small in my diameter for the takedown pins. It's like, oh fuck, this shit's fucked. And that's and the takedown pins in particular on the AR is that's definitely the most precisely tolerant stuff. It's to the 0.5 and plus or minus a tenth. And it's all that stuff's got to be centerless. Well, it doesn't have to be centerless grind. They allow centers. That's you have the little divots the retro guys went on it. That's before everyone figured out how to centerless grind stuff. Yeah, a lot of those fire control components are actually pretty precise, and I'm I guess surprised or impressed that stuff doesn't get fucked up as often as it does, or as often as it doesn't.
It happens. You get your, over a run of parts, you get your run out, and from tool bit wear or Friday afternoon guns, whatever. But you get guns, you get that early question tonight about what's the difference between lowers. My answer: pinhole location. That is the biggest, is hole location. If the whole location is on, I don't care if it has a fucking fire-breathing snake or fucking 2 dicks touching, whatever. I don't care what's on the gun.
Yeah, the fucking dicks.
If the pinhole location is through holes with threads, if that's all right, you're probably going to be okay.
Yeah, and well, the other thing back a couple hours ago on the lowers, magwells are a big thing to look at.
Magwells and the recess, the pocket mill on the back for the rear lug. Some of those are pretty tight.
Yeah,
actually, both lugs.
And one of the things with the magwell, there's about 3 different prevailing ways of doing it. One of them's wire EDM, which is slow. It's very precise and perfect, but it's needlessly slow. The other one's just milling it out, which kind of sucks because it's got really tight corners, and you can't have a 16th inch end mill that's 2.5 inches long and be making any sort of anything other than fucking Dremel level milling.
Yeah, your chatter is going to be ridiculous.
Yeah. So you end up with having do it half depth and stuff, and it just never works out right. And then the old school and probably the best way of doing it's with a broach.
Broach it.
You get it close and you run that broach through it, and it cleans out all the corners all perfect. And that makes a perfect, very good surface finish and stuff. And it's all hunky dory. It takes like 5 seconds a lower to do. But the broach tools themselves are $10,000 a piece. And the machine to run that is, a $70,000. And then you keep one or two tools spare. So when you have to send out your old one to get it resharpened. It's like, okay, so you're looking at $100,000 or $120,000 layout to do one operation on a lower.
Yeah. Probably the cleanest lowers I've ever seen. Where and I no longer have any affiliation with LWRC other than the fact I stole my wife from them. They're A5 IC lowers. Those are coined.
Oh,
so they're for the viewer, they're forged, and to coin them, they're twice forged. The second forging operation is on a different set of dies. It's to finishing specs. So when they strike it that last time, plow! It is Dunsky.
Yeah,
and those lowers are unfucking real, man. Like how clean those are, and the fact that like their machining ops on them. You're talking bolt catch raceway, pinholes. That's it, and a pocket mill for the trigger root.
Well, that's like some of like Hodges, his receivers the same way. It's like this is just like this just feels good in my hands. Like I just want to hold this.
Well, I've told classes before that, that first rule of Navy Special Warfare, always be cool, or at least look cool. There's a lot of truth to that. The eye appreciates symmetry. It's attracted to symmetry.
Yeah.
And symmetry is the key tenet of beauty and looking right. Is being square and true, right? And so if it looks right, it probably is right. And if it feels right, it probably is right. Form follows function and all, but it's there's truth to that. You pick it up and it's just right.
Yeah.
When you touch it.
I just kind of remembered something back on like M16 bolts and carriers is like the bolts specifically, the spec. They only spec like there's a lot endurance test on like each lot of bolts. One gets pulled out and gets endurance tested to make sure it's not going to break. We're not going to see premature failure. They only endurance test that to 6,000 rounds. That's all out of an M16 or M4 bolt. That's all they're looking. That's it's spec'd out that it's got to last 6,000 rounds without and still pass a magnetic particle inspection. It's like, ugh, that's kind of low, but whatever. And that was like the, some of the original, and part of like, when people get all hung up on the whole high pressure testing with bolts, everyone hates that. That makes bolts because it's a pain in the ass to do. But it also ruins the bolts. It really does. Because it's done before any finishing. It's like you got the bolt and the wipe. So now we've got to go fire this in a test fixture with, a 70 or 80,000 PSI proof load. Pop that, go dip it in a bunch of dye or whatnot and go
dye penetrance.
Yeah. And go see if we've cracked it. And to do it right, you got to do it for every single one. And then what you run into is getting that shit clean, getting all that brass residue off the bolt face so you can get the park finish on it. Because, you let off an 80,000 PSI proof load, you're embedding shit into that bolt face for sure. And, and So I've heard it put, it's like taking your new Porsche and driving into a wall at 60 miles an hour to make sure you can,
Yep.
you're not going to, it can handle hitting a wall at 200 miles an hour. It's like, and and that's a big part where, you see,
that's what I try to drive that home with people all the time is that, what's MPI tell you? It ain't broke yet. That's like having a brand new baby come straight out of the vagina, put it under an X-ray. I ain't broke yet.
Yeah.
Right, take him out. It's like, all right, well, you just subjected to radiation.
Yeah, and that's the thing is that high pressure test is not a non-destructive. It's it may not be a catastrophic destruction.
You're pushing it at a threshold.
You're definitely
right at the failure mode.
You're taking some funk out of that bolt for sure. You're costing it lifetime. Absolutely.
That's why I'm a fan of just batch testing. And pulling one that's not going to go back into circulation just to make sure to track your incoming materials.
Some of the batch testing, you're probably better off just buying good steel. Like on that stuff. Getting the aircraft quality grade or whatever. Start with the good stuff rather than buying the shit and trying to filter out the shit.
Here's some more gun nerd shit for you.
Yeah.
I wish Chris Taylor was on here tonight because this has impacted. I learned this from him. You can't believe what you're reading on this deal. For years now, and this goes back about 6-7 years. The Chinese have been flooding our market, and hell, fucking Trump was taking it on the chin in fucking debates about buying Chinese steel. They had no way of knowing whose steel they were buying on the market, and the Chinese steel was just like not consistent through and through. And at the time, Chris was working for Hamilton Bowen, and they're cutting cylinders and barrels and shit. And they're just hogging steel down, doing 100,000 passes, just doing fine, making money. And they're hogging down. All of a sudden, their fucking carbide fucking breaks and the fucking shit falls apart. And it's
just
because
they're a chunk of chromium right in the middle of it or something.
Yeah. It just not their continuity through the length of the material, or they'd have random hard spots or soft spots. It just turned to butter. It just basically melts under the tool bit.
Well, and that's another thing with the bolts, specifically that old Carper 158, I think is only still made for M16 bolts. It's the only reason that stuff ran anymore is because there's that spec sitting out there.
That one spec.
And Carper 158 is more or less D20 tool steel. It's a plastic injection molding tool steel. Which not to say that it doesn't work fine. It obviously has. It's done a good job, but that's one of those things people get hung up on. It's you guys realize this is a 50 or 60-year-old steel spec. You don't think metallurgy's come along a little bit better since then.
So spec means good enough.
But some of that's a lot of that's big army stuff going, oh yeah, we don't want to, this works. We don't want to, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Hey, dude, for what it does, it works great. Yes.
I've had a caller call in, first time caller, long time listener, apparently. He says the three companies that I said Natchez, and he corrected me.
Magazines,
Center Industries, Sanchez, and Adventure Line were the three companies that did not meet Crane's minimum low level minimum. You should not even think about using them in your gun fucking category back in the day. So
I guess you don't make M16 mags anymore.
Probably two of the three.
Yeah. That's
I wouldn't say three of the three, because one of the three has the goddamn sole contract to fucking make, M855 fucking plus fucking ammo mags for the entire army.
No,
855 plus P.
yeah.
You call that shit.
The I thought it was funny that Brown L's actually had that for a while, and they bought into the tooling and everything and made their own. Were making all their own bodies and stuff.
And the Brown Elves mags weren't bad. The Brown Elves mags for M855A1 or M855 for old green tip, they weren't bad, dude. I'll take a Brown Elves mag. I'm not afraid of USGI.
20 of them.
Yeah, I'm so not afraid of USGI mags like other people are. Like, I won't put a USGI mag that has a black follower in it in my gun, but green follower was okay. And then any of the stuff after that was made from the good guys that had mag pull internals.
Yeah.
Dude, an okay mag from circa 1999 with a Ranger plate and a fucking mag pull follower. Dude, that thing's going to run like a sewing machine. It's fine.
Yeah.
I'm not the huge aluminium magazine hater that a lot of people are. Part of that is because I've not been allowed to use PMags in a lot of places, or the guns that I've had were not really compatible with PMags or whatever. But I've got no issues with PMag. D60 is fucking legit.
What I like about the PMags more than anything is the failure mode. When a PMag gives up the ghost, it shit cracks and breaks, and it's immediately, upon visual inspection, immediately obvious that something's broken and this needs to be trashed. Where some of the aluminum ones, you'll get some voodoo, tweak to the feed lip and shit will stop working. And it's not completely obvious that, okay, this shit's fucked. I need to get a new mag.
Yeah, dude. I like, if you want to talk about like the tactical equivalent of being a fucking redneck and going to a 7-star restaurant, a 5-star restaurant, 7 thing, and you don't know which way to use the silverware, and you make a total ass out of yourself. Is I had a magazine. I was, at a place doing a thing with some people, and I had a magazine go bad. And I could tell that the magazine had fucked me.
Yeah.
And I dumped it on the concrete, and I started stomping on it. And they all looked at me like, what is your fucking problem? And I'm like, if I don't deform and break this bitch, when I go back to my supply, they're going to hand me another magazine and they're going to throw it in the bin of magazines.
Yeah.
I must ensure that the supply sergeant can never fuck another soldier with this magazine again. And I'm getting malicious, like curb stomping, motherfucking Office Space on the fucking fax machine shit, right on the flat range in front of fucking God and country. And everybody's like, dude, stop kicking the magazine. Fuck this magazine. It's like, pow, 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 pow. I'm curb stomping. I'm American X on a fucking, on a 30-round mag. And they don't have those problems. If they go in and say a magazine doesn't work, it just disappeared and a brand new magazine came out. I had to deal with some shyster ass supply sergeant that when I told him the magazine didn't work, he was like, yeah, right, cracker. And fucking threw that shit in a bin and fucking handed me some other fucking defunct, non-functional fucking 5.56 magazine that some other fucking soldier tried to turn
the same thing. Yeah. No, I had to do the same thing at the factory. They'd start seeing problems I'm testing 22 kits or something. This shit's not working. They've got some magazine that's got has had 50,000 22 rounds through it or whatever. I'm like, throw that shit away. We've got, a couple bucks in it. And the time it's taken you to jack around of trying to get this shit to work, we've lost money on the deal. Just get rid of it and move on.
Seriously, man, that struggle is fucking real.
Well, and, that's the whole idea behind the magazines as like a semi-disposable item, which I think they kind of, they tried specifically to make a plastic magazine way back in the 60s. So I could have a truly like cheap disposable magazine, and they couldn't figure it out. I mean, look at it now. It's 2016, and I think it's just now, Facebook official that plastic mags are okay. Like as of today. It took us 50 years or 60 years to figure that out.
I mean, the plastic, drums for the saw, they probably, Lake City went with some low bidder fucking cocksucker.
Talking about the 200 round boxes?
Oh, yeah, the green apples.
Yeah.
Yeah, son, they fucking suck dick. You know what? In some of the places where I've worked, your shit comes from Lake City, and it ain't in that drum. It's in a fucking plastic drum that has the metal clip that the reusable nut stacks have.
Yeah.
And it has a heightened spring. And it's all about what the customer wants. Like if you're buying in enough bulk, they'll make whatever the fuck you want.
Oh, yeah. You can get packed however you want, whatever tracer mix you want.
Yep.
If you buy a pallet of it, you can get it however you want.
That is a fact, sir. I run 1, 3, and 3 in a lot of my fucking loads. One tracer, 1 AP, and 3 ball instead of 4 to 1. I guess instead of 4 to 1, it would be 3, 1, and 1. Sorry, but I throw some 993 in there. Why not? Why not put a fucking AP round in the mix?
Well, and that's like the old school like aircraft loadouts, where they put like a AP incendiary and then like a AP like an HE or whatever. I don't know if I'm going to be shooting an armored target or just some soft skin stuff where a big flash is going to do this better.
Yeah,
it's like I'm going to shoot them 3 or 4 times anyways. Might as well give them the mix.
Yep. Absolutely. And but the fact that like how many years do you know anything about static line parachuting or the T10 parachute by any chance? Just throwing it out there.
Other than I understand what a static line parachute is.
Yeah, so on the old T10 parachute, when you would take the hook and you would hook it on the steel cable, there was a piece of very it wasn't as pliable as like a string of solder, but it was very much the same. It was a steel cotter pin, basically, or some form of metal cotter pin, but it was not like solder where you could bend it just easy squeezy. And it was hooked to the base of this aluminum snap hook that hooked onto the steel cable that ran down the plane that hooked your ass into the plane and was going to pull your ripcord for you, and so that steel cable was some like archaic way back in the day fucking bullshit that like in the 1 in a gazillion chance that when you hooked your ass into this plane onto the steel cable that was going to pull your parachute to save your life, that you would do it half-ass and your thing wouldn't close all the way. So when it closed all the way, it exposed 2 holes, much like a hand grenade with the pin spoon assembly, and you had to thread this cotter pin through there and then bend it down on the back end.
Yeah.
And that way there was no way in the world that you were coming off that cable. Well, the problem is that people don't think about, what if there's an emergency during a jump where a dude in the middle of the stack has to unhook and get out of the stack?
Yeah.
And I'm not talking about being a pussy. I'm talking about like straight up taking a round through the skin of the aircraft.
Yeah.
And the guy knows that he's hit and he's bleeding out his femoral artery.
Yeah.
And it's
we're going to need to deal with him on the plane, not on the ground.
Yep. Or whatever. So there was no way, we didn't have a good way to deal with that. So we came up with a better snap hook system. But anyway, back in the day when I was running a saw with these stupid green apple drums, I took a very, very fine tipped drill bit and I fucking drilled through the top of the M249 saw drum below the plastic toggle piece, the spring-loaded plastic toggle piece that held the saw in place. And then I went to the riggers that packed our parachutes and said, give me some of those 550 cord lanyards with the fucking steel cotter pin in them. And I girth hitched them through the circular portion on the M249 where the cross bolt for the fucking tripod assembly goes through. I girth hitched it right through there. So when I grabbed a green apple 2 hundo from Lake City out of a can and I slapped it on the side of my gun, I knew that plastic clip on metal and the cheesy spring from the lowest bidder was not going to hold it on there. And if I IMT'd enough, if I'm up, he sees me, I'm down, I'm doing rushes, I'm rolling around, I'm doing fucking Honda rolls and fuck bullshit during a live fire, that drum was going to break off and I was going to end up looking like Animal Mother with a fucking free range belt fucking hanging out of the side of my shit and thrown over one shoulder. So I made my own drums by cutting these holes in them with a power drill. And then fucking when I would attach the drum to the gun, I'd run the steel cotter pin through the holes that I had made in the drum, and it would prevent the little plastic spring-loaded clippy from coming down and releasing off of the gun. And
you said transport safety pins for your fucking drums. That's fucking badass, man.
Fucking A, bro.
Market that shit.
Fucking A, I did. And so everybody else is grabbing green apples out of the fucking cans during the live fire, or prior to the live fire at the ammunition point.
You're popping the ends off.
I'm going, I'm pulling the entire fucking drum out there. What the fuck are you doing? Like I'm putting them in my drums. What do you mean you got your own drums? I got my own fucking drums, man. I reuse these shits. And, and after a live fire, if I lost one, lost two, lost three, I'd get the drill out and I'd fucking pinch some more. But I always had 4 or 5 or 6 of these military issued 200 round drums that had hole ports under them for a transport safety pin to go right back from fucking rear to front.
Fucking badass.
I never lost a saw drum off the fucking gun.
Like I did, man.
Dude, I did a couple of live fires and my fucking drum fell off, and I'm trailing fucking 41 Link behind me like a goddamn, train on a fucking bride's dress. I was like, -9, no, not ever gonna happen again.
Yeah, no, full 200 round belts, not short at all.
Yeah, no, dude, no, they are not.
Especially if you're running through like waist high fucking grass and brush and shit.
And some blown concertina, there's pickets around. Yeah, exactly. Fuck all that. And then you end up and you got the shit wrapped 3 times around your arm and you're going, gah, 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 and fuck first sergeant's like, nice going, Rambo. What the fuck are you doing over there? It's like, oh yeah, first sergeant, I'm sorry. I just decided. Like I just woke up this morning, had an epiphany, said I was going to go John Jay today. Fuck you. Like, where do you think this belt of machine gun ammo came from? The drum that's no longer with me, asshole.
This rock band don't need no drum section.
So, yeah, man. So I had to fucking manufacture my own fucking hood rat shit on my gun.
It's fucking brilliant. Hey, did you take time to cut the packing cardboard in half and stuff it in the drum behind the case heads to silence it?
I had done that before, but only on like patrolling shit. Like when we would go to Panama and they would like really start to dig in on our
field craft.
Yeah, get your field craft on. I was like, oh, it is field craft. I need to stack some foam in my drum because I'm about to get a fucking fertilance in my fucking bunghole, Roger. Whatever. I got monkey butt in my taint. Like I'm not happy right now. My fucking 100% cotton beads are disintegrating around me as we speak. Whatever. Oh, wait, let me get some iodine tablets out and have some brown water. Not bourbon. fucking Tigris River fucking brown water, you fucking asshole. God, I hate the jungle. Anybody that wants to fucking, like Che Guevara, go to the jungle of fucking Bolivia. Hang out there. I'll come get you in a while. Fucking, I don't want no part of that shit, man.
Matt's still here. It's like, yeah, I learned enough just from playing video games, like in the jungle. Like, fuck this shit. It's stupid.
Jungle is fucking horrible.
Yeah, worst game ever was that South Pacific game. Was it Call of Duty South Pacific?
Yes.
We started as like you're like Marine Raider in the jungle with a Garand. I was like, this game is bullshit, man.
Well, no, that was
see anything.
That was
like out there with your fucking with your Rising and you're sort of
Medal of Honor?
Yeah, Medal of Honor.
Was it Medal of Honor?
Oh,
Maybe it was the last World War II Call of Duty.
I don't know. All I know is the only thing
that was the most realistic game because you couldn't see shit.
Is fucking World War I. Like those are the two things. Like I just don't play. Like Pacific Theater, World War II, and World War I. I'm just like those were just gay.
Okay, I'm gonna get nerdy, video game nerdy here. The newest like expansion for Arma was Apex, which was like this. Essentially some geotypical Fiji island, and yeah, I was like, oh yeah, the jungle, this is gonna be sweet. It's just gonna be like, we're just gonna play CCR the entire time, and it's gonna be sweet. and it's like, oh man, this sucks. It's like it's like all I see is like you'll see like an AK barrel like stick out of a bush a foot in front of you. Like, oh no,
it's straight up like Oregon Trail. Oh, you just got smallpox. Damn.
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
Call of Duty World at War.
Yeah, that's what it
Something
was.
like that.
So the fucking Norwegians and anybody that fights in the jungle have figured out shit that like us as Americans can't figure out. Like we try to play shit hard, and when you go to environmental training, they just push your shit in. They're just like they go to Norway. I go to Norway, and they're like, yeah, so. Let's talk about shooting machine guns in the fucking wintertime. And I'm like, man, this gun's going to be hot as fuck. As long as I put the right lube on it that doesn't freeze up on me, what do you have to teach me? And they've got the MG3, the MG42, whatever.
Yeah.
And, dude, they hit that shift throttle. And that shift throttle fucking button on that fucking side of that gun, it jacks the barrel forward, then turns it sideways to the right, and then kicks it to the rear. So the other assistant guy on the gun team can capture the barrel and slap another barrel in there and shut that thing, and then close the handle, and it brings the barrel back into the chamber, and whatever. You guys don't understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
If you miss that in Norway, the fucking snow is 8 feet deep, bro. You're fighting. You're doing small arms contact in 8 feet of snow. If you miss the barrel change,
it's 8 feet below you.
Come back
through the tundra.
Come back in the fucking spring, bro, and get your barrel. Like, you ain't getting it. It's like done.
I hate to be the guy who figured that one out. It's like, oh, son of a bitch.
Right. So what other little quirky things, are there? I am currently may or may not have a M83 smoke TA fucking grenade in my hand right now.
It just goes down this.
Try to fucking flank and throw a yellow smoke to fucking shift and left fires, and that hot bitch goes in 8 feet of snow, and it goes.
Yeah, you just get like a little bubble of smoke.
Right, exactly. And so there you are. You're in snowshoes. And you've got a VS-17 panel out, and you're doing the side straddle hop. You're just fucking jumping and waving and jumping and waving, like, shift the machine guns. I need to hit the bunker. Shift the machine guns. And nobody can see you. Because you're a fucking high-speed op order of, I'll throw yellow smoke and you will shift the machine guns 15 degrees to the left of the far left bunker and then the assault element. Like, that all briefs well, West Point. We're in motherfucking Norway. We're in 8 feet of fucking snow right now. My fucking fire signal just fucking deep sixed. Guess what else doesn't work? Bipods. They have about 1 inch by 1 inch of fucking lift leverage on snow. As soon as you start agitating them, a la the fucking bipod legs start going south for the winter.
Now, declination.
Now your speed just starts going low, 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 low.
That's why you look at those Solthrin anti-tank 20 millimeter cannon rifle things, and they're basically got their own whole set of skis and everything.
Yes. So
that's why you have a mess kit. You just safety wire mess kit to your bipods and your smoke grenades, and you're good.
Yeah, dude. So the Norwegians are like, so hey man, we cross country ski, and we're like, yeah, I was in Savannah. It was fucking, late fucking spring. There was no skiing to be had. We're here with snowshoes. Snowshoes is what we got. I'm like, well, what we do is when our ski poles break, we take the bottom of the ski pole and we lash it to the bipod. And I'm like, fuck, that's a great idea. So here I am pulling the end off saw drums and fucking cutting them in half with the saw attachment, the Gerber tool, and then fucking lashing them to the bottom of my M249 saw gunner's bipod legs and my M60 gunner's bipods and shit like that. And we were making these little ski puff poles, spreader thingies to disperse the weight around to compress the snow enough that it will hold the gun up so that you don't just fucking burn down into the snow and declinate your shit into nada. Shit you don't think about, man. You know what I mean? Like,
the second you bring it up, I'm like, holy shit, that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen, dude. Talk to the cracker that did live fires in fucking 8 feet of snow. God. Like, I had to figure some shit out, like right there on point.
And you did
Guess
well.
what? American snowshoes have about like a 24-inch fucking tail on the back of them. Try to go up over a fucking berm and take out an LPOP. When you get like almost vertical and you fall backwards, you're now on your back and your snowshoes fucking plant straight down into the snow.
To the ground.
You're done, dude. And I basically now have sector stakes, and they're my 2 snowshoes. And I got my car 15, and I'm like, bah, 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 and I'm firing in between the left and right sides of my snowshoes.
You're so fine.
And I'm fucking on my back, dude. Like, fucking, dude. I'm Chris Costa, but all white. It's 1993. Nobody knows who he is. And I'm looking at my guys like, what the fuck are you guys doing? Move up. And they're like, team leader's down. And I'm not shot. I'm not injured. I'm just fucking stuck in the snow, man. I can't get out.
Fucking mobility kill, man.
Dude, they had to push past fucking 33 meters, get that hand grenade range, and then send back a litter to get me out of this bitch. And the whole time, I'm in charge on my back, shooting between my fucking snowshoes.
But man, you had your 60 degrees, man. Boom.
I'm telling you.
We'll just leave that battle Hoth shit to the Russians.
I'm telling you, bro, fucking Finland, Norway, and Russia can have that shit. Because none of the rest of us have got it on point. Maybe Norway. Norway was pretty cool. But
there's some warrior Eskimos up in Canada.
Oh, God, yes. On some fucking island that
they can have that.
Yeah. But like the Norwegians, so like they're supposed to be teaching us some high speed shit, and like it all looked like Pogue activity to me. Like, wait a minute, hold on. You guys just fucking got done cross country skiing to this fucking location, and you have your machine gunner put on every piece of snow gear he has. He looks like that fucking kid from fucking Christmas Story, like wrapped up. And they put him in the MG42 out there on fucking security, and the entire rest of the squad starts building the tent. Like I'm talking about within seconds of their skis stopping. And the
Straight
squad
up bad, man.
dude, the fucking squad leader's job is to pump that fucking liquid white gas fucking stove. He's pumping it while the soldiers are lashing shelter half shit together to make a Akio fucking whatever, you know, and they're getting the wood pieces out if they had them in the sleds, or they're cutting saplings down if they're not. And they did a full on like patrol base demo in front of us. And like, I don't even get to brush my teeth till like the 12th priority of work or whatever. And the goddamn Ranger hit. It's way the fuck down there. You know what I mean? And we're watching these dudes, and there's like, wait, their fucking first priority is putting up this goddamn tent. What the fuck is going on with these guys? And they build this fucking weapons rack out of fucking tent poles. And they throw their G3s, their AG3s, they throw their AG3 rifles in this fucking tent pole rack and leave them outside. And they all pile into the fucking tent and leave the machine gunner out there. Like, hey, fuck you. But it's negative whatever. And they've all like been wearing light layers so they could sweat. And they're all sweating. And the amount of minutes until that sweat fucking freezes and they go into hypothermia is rapidly upon them. And so it doesn't matter what the enemy situation is around them at that point. If they don't get that stove set up inside of that fucking shelter and fucking get dry, warm clothes on, they're going to die. And after they all unfuck themselves, then they come out and they grab the machine gunner, and somebody takes the machine gunner and they let fucking big fat whoopee fucking suit kid go inside and strip all his shit off, then get the wet base layer off, and then put dry shit back on, and then go back outside. And they understand about weapons sweating. And they understand that if they take these weapons that are in this cold environment and they bring them inside to do weapons maintenance, that those weapons are going to sweat. So they've got to leave them inside for a certain amount of period of time, broken down, until they have gotten to temperature homeostasis. They've wiped the moisture off of the steel parts. They've re-lubricated them, and then they can reintroduce them out into the cold environment. So them making a fucking gun rack to hold their AG3s right at the mouth of their tent is absolutely an operational necessity. And the only time I've ever been a battle rifle fan was in the Arctic. And as we probably all know, the SEALs figured that out during environmental training back whenever. And that's why every time you ever see a fucking SEAL in overwhites, he was carrying a goddamn M14. But it was for a reason. There was something about the pressure blowback of that 7.62 platform that it could break through freezing better than an AR platform. And I'll tell you, I got into a force on force later in that same trip, and I won't leave it for this fucking podcast because I'm going to run my fucking suck enough already. But yeah, I got into a fucking gunfight stuck up to my fucking chest in snow with a Car 15 and blanks. And let me tell you, shit did not work out well for me. Whereas the 7.62 guns, they just seemed to chug along better in those colder temperatures than our 5.56 platforms did. So
that was a lesson they had to relearn a little bit with 4.16s. They had a problem with the recoil, the piston spring assembly icing up and just icing solid, and the gun's not cycling. Do that whole the sweating and refreezing and whatnot. I remember that being an issue when they first got those first switch to the 4.16s. Now they figured it out and did the same. Like, oh yeah, that we forgot, sort of thing.
Are you talking about the Norwegians or?
Yeah. No, the Norwegians.
Okay. Give me just a second. I'm off headset. I will tell you
exactly what was going on there.
So you could ponder on it for a second. I will tell you that snow/frozen
junk
gas piston was I don't want to call it an excuse. That was the anomaly.
Yeah.
That was identified that pushed SCAR 16 ahead of the 416 during crane testing. Anyway, think about that for a second. I'll be right back.
Okay, in the meantime, I'm going to do an impression for you guys. Okay, you ready?
All right.
Tell me who this is.
You're not clicky enough. There's be some more trouble there.
You need more ice and more this.
Yeah, that's a little closer.
Oh well. I have to mute him so frequently. It's good that he's doing it, but damn it, mute. I got this. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, I'll speak to his last thing, his exit statement about pistons icing up. The difference is between the two, you have a tappet system versus a op rod. And so the op rod system, smaller components, you have an exposed spring that between the spring coils, you have ice building up between each individual coil, not allowing it to compress. Whereas on the SCAR, you have that long, big tappet, which is just a L-shaped ball.
Well, actually, the tappet's small.
The tappet's up front, but they have that.
Yeah, but it's a giant bolt carrier.
You have a giant bolt carrier with a long extension, and so you don't have something that has to compress with void spaces full of ice. And it has a lot of area for debris. You have a lot of debris flow within that large extruded upper on the SCAR.
Because they still got the action string on the SCAR is still kind of tucked up in there and is relatively on the small side.
Yeah, it is, but it's not.
It's not as packed. It's not as tightly wound. Yeah, you're right there. Yeah, it's not as tightly wound as the 416 springs.
But I will say though, the LWRC piston just got accepted by Sweden. The differences between those two pistons, the HK and the LWRC, though, the LWRC comes from the, what is it? Not the STG, it's the...
No, it's right off an AR-18.
AR-18 and the Russian, what's the Russian one?
SVT-40?
SVT-40.
I had an AR-18.
I have one. I've got a Costa Mesa. All right, 180. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, dude. So I had a G3 and an AR-18 that were sitting in the 75th Ranger Regiment arms room that had been seized by Nori during fucking Just Cause. I guess, are we after midnight yet? Nope, not yet. Okay, so today, back in 1989, they were taking out some fucking arms room. There was a bunch of other cool guns as well, but when I was pre-ranger school instructor for the Rangers, the guys from the regiment that were getting ready to go to the schoolhouse to get their Ranger tabs. They had gone through the vetting process, made it through the pipeline. They had gone down a Ranger battalion. They had been humiliated and treated like pieces of shit for however long. And now they're ready to attend, U.S. Army Ranger School, that apparently is so easy. A female can do it. They went through a 3-week prep course, and they went back to the regimental headquarters to the same detachment that vetted them when they got out of airborne school. And so the Ranger Training Detachment had the Ranger Indoctrination Program, which is now Ranger Assessment and Selection Program, and they had the pre-Ranger course. So I was a pre-Ranger school instructor for a while, and I would have to not only teach the guys, but then run them through like all their patrols and shit. And what I would do when we would go out to the field, because I was still real young, I was E5P, and I had a lot of like more senior guys that were also instructors, and they would take on the roles like the RIs, and they would go out and walk with the students when it got to the field phase. And I would take the dudes that had all fucking been shit canned out of rip and were like waiting on orders to go like worldwide to like Korea and needs of the army and whatever. And I would like SF that ass and turn them into a Op 4 element, and I would run the Op 4 against the pre-ranger students. And so I would go down to the regimental arms room and just like rat fuck guns, man. I was like, oh shit, what is this? This is like some crazy IRA looking fucking gun. I don't even know what this is, but it'll take a 5.56 blank adapter and an AR mag. I'm going to run this motherfucker this trial. And then the next class I'd run a G3 with a blank adapter, and I'd D-link 60 blanks, and I'd put them in these 20 round box mags and run a fucking G3 against the students. And I did that so that when they were, after they like killed us all and they were going through and doing like the prisoner and body searching shit, they would have weapons that they would come across that they would have to intuitively figure out how to clear. Like shit, that's not an M16. You know what I mean? I just did it to throw some extra shit out there. But I had one of those piston AR 180 18s, whatever. I had one of them goddamn Northern Ireland guns available to me back in 95, 96, 96, 97 when I was a pre-ranger instructor. And I ran port starboard between that and a captured G3 from somewhere. But anyway.
I like the 180. It's kind of ghetto. But it's also kind of like, you know, this is exactly everything it needed to be at the time. And, you know, it was the, you know, it spawned a whole evolutionary line there. You know, the 416 borrowed from it via the, you know, the G36 and, you know, the SA80 and, you know, and that the, you know, the AR-18 and its 308 brother, the AR-16 were also kind of the initial genesis of what would become the Stoner 62 and Stoner 63s and you know, Stoner LMGs and Ultimaxes and stuff are all kind of, that's where they started, was that kind of AR-18.
That's kind of cool to know. I did not know that.
Yeah, because the Ultimax was another sort of like Armalite offshoot with James Sullivan, he was one of the guys who did the shrink down from the AR-10 to the AR-15. And he ended up in Singapore working on that Ultimax and stuff.
That's cool history, brother.
Yeah. And then, Stoner went on to Cadillac Gage and did all the Stoner 63 stuff.
Yeah.
Which got a little bit more traction. But yeah, that those Ultimaxes and stuff were, you know, kind of had an Armalite lineage there. Well, you can see the same like constant recoil principle in the Ultimaxes that you saw later in like the Stoner LMGs and stuff, and some of his other weirdo stuff.
Wasn't Sullivan the same guy that did the Mini 14?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, he's got that on his record too.
Yeah.
Just had to point that out.
Yeah.
We ain't got to talk about that.
You know, you have to do that. There's definitely a lot of stuff I designed and made that I was like, I'm doing this because, you know, either I do it or I don't get paid, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Not to say he was necessarily in that position with the Mini 14, but, you know, there's some, you know, there's some disconnection there between stuff, you know, some guy did and you know, stuff he would, you know, really parade around and be like, oh yeah, I did that. Yeah, that's like that Mark 47. And I'm like, okay, whatever. This is not what I would have done, but you know, that's what the check signers wanted. So all right, that's what we're gonna do.
Where does he work now?
Who?
The guy that you're talking about. You said Mark 47.
Oh no, that's me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm not a fan of the 47.
He ain't gonna hurt my feelings.
The thing is, like, everybody likes to, like, not that they like to, but we tend to, like, frame certain designers in certain lights, and it's just like designing any part in a program or on your drafting board. You have your min max tolerances. Well, some designers get very, very, like, specific min max, like Browning, and it's like, well, he's got like 117 patents and his shit's all golden. Nobody ever talks about his stupid shit he did. But, like, Sullivan, though, like, it's like a 50-50. Like, oh, well, yeah, he had a part in this other great stuff, but he also did this flaming turd over here.
I can knock down some of Browning stuff. I mean, fuck, look at the BAR. It started with like a 20-pound chunk of steel to make a receiver. Like, most of his guns would cost $10,000 a gun, and some of them do. Like, look how much it
had a few,
right? Not to say he designed that, but there's definitely a real Browning lineage there.
Yeah, but I'm just throwing that out there as a comparison. I'm sure that Browning turned out some turds or some that weren't great designs, and his ratio of turds per awesome might be not as high as others. But
so the deal with the deal with the Mark 47 Punisher is that the thing that was going to make it exponentially better than the Mark 19 was not mechanics. It was.
We're talking about two different Mark 47s.
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. What Mark 47 are you talking about?
Some stupid mutant AKAR thing. I shouldn't. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, I don't. The only time I ever carry an AK platform is when I'm, like, balls deep with the Savages, and at that point, the gun I'm carrying is the least of my worries. Like, I don't do AR or AK at all. Well, thank God you weren't part of the other Mark 47 program, because it was a shit show.
The fancy future grenade launcher.
Yep.
Yeah.
With the lawnmower pull start.
Yep, but hey, the Russian AGS-17 has.
Yeah, I was going to say that the Russians were fans of the pull start Charger,
right? Which I don't, like I said, that gun was built around fire control and a disturbed reticle, and so they wrote the test plan to support having something that was more accurate than a Mark 19. But mechanically, as much as people hate the Mark 19, the fucking Punisher is more mechanically fucked up. No, it's not the Punisher. I'm sorry. Punisher's
it's the Striker.
6-shot. Yeah, Striker. Thank you. The Striker is that gun is just a bad piece of kit. It's just not good, man.
And that's
fire control might be cool, but the fucking gun is fucking dog.
On some of those 40 millimeter launchers, sometimes I wonder if the old hand crank Mark 18 would almost be not the end of the world to improve something like that.
Yeah. So they, it was also called the ALGL, Advanced Lightweight Grenade Launcher, and I think that General Dynamics, whatever land systems or lethality systems or
shit changes every day.
Fuck. Yeah. So the issue was that the gun had a nasty recoil impulse, fellas. Like, I'm not kidding. Everyone's like, well, who gives a fuck about recoil? It's not up against your shoulder, fucker. Okay. Well,
until it bounces off target or breaks the tripod.
Right. So the test plan that they did at Aberdeen was all about accuracy. And so they would put out those, 40 millimeter, 15 meter, wounding radius. They literally put a steel target out there at like 2,000 meters, like a single dude, a single steel size E-type silhouette. and they would round at a 15-meter radius or 10-meter radius, whatever the standard was. I know 5 meter was supposed to be the kill radius, but the secondary radius, they would put a fucking piece of white engineer tape around, and they would judge it against the Mark 19 for first round hit probability. But all shots fired out of the gun after the first round didn't count. So the test plan was literally written around a single shot system. And my first experience with that fucker is it had already been tested and approved. Like, I was not in the test group for adopting the Mark 47 Striker. And I'm out west in the desert testing a vehicle for SOCOM. It was a joint SOCOM Marine Corps project to find a vehicle that could fit in the back of an Osprey, because nothing fits in the back of an Osprey.
I remember that.
Yeah.
that was what, 99?
No, a little bit later than that.
Oh, they're still sorting it out.
So yeah,
so Mercedes and all those others.
Right. Yeah. So Force has their Mercedes IFAVs.
Yeah, IFAV.
Battalion Recon has their
Chenoweths.
They have their fucking Hummers with the snorkel packages that are all, fucking spray painted up or whatever. And then, the SF guys bring their GMV, their version of the Humvee. And we go out to Yuma, which is where the desert portion of the test center has all their shit. And they've got sand tracks and dirt tracks and rock tracks. And we made a fucking test plan. Well, part of our test plan was live fire stability. And we thought that we were going to be testing the chassis of the vehicle, the suspension and the springs, specifically to 90-degree threats, which is pretty cool if you think about it. Like, the big army probably wouldn't have thought of that shit. So we're out there doing stationary and slow rolling, like drive-by shooting live fire off of all of these platforms.
Drive-by practice is awesome, by the way.
Sure live fire.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we are we are USASOC decides that the test weapon is going to be their new flagship, the Mark 47 fucking Striker. So they bring this motherfucker out, and we start doing live fires with this weapon system. And what I learned in short order, we decided to make our target a sheet of plywood representing a technical. So we put it at 150 meters, whatever, away from the dirt track on the live fire range. And we drive each vehicle down the run with one of these brand new fucking sexy grenade launchers on them. And the recoil impulse of that grenade launcher was so bad on the what we call the A-arm, the extended part that sticks out from the ball fucking ring of the fucking swinging turret. It's the little pointy piece that comes out the pintle of the weapon goes into. Yeah. So your 50 cal, everything goes into the A arm of your turret ring. The fucking recoil impulse of that Mark 47 was so bad that we would get a first round hit straight through the fucking plywood. It would flex the arm and the vehicle away from the target, and the rate of fire was so fucking slow on that fucking GD gun that the second round would fire into blue sky. And it would go who knows wherever. And then the suspension of the vehicle and the torque of the fucking A-arm would shift back to the left, and the third round would detonate at about 75 yards.
Yeah, right in the dirt.
So a three round shot group gave you one in the vehicle, one going into the end of the lumber yard somewhere, and one midway between you and the threat. And think about if you were a vehicle supporting dismounts. The fucking
You just
That's
blew
like
up
60-degree declination.
dude, it was fucking insane, bro. Like fucking insane. Now, 5th Special Forces Group, the mobility experts of fucking all of SF, they have gone to a fucking company called MSG, Military Systems Group, that does aftermarket fucking spot welding, fabbing, modificationing, whatever. And 5th Group has decided that the perfect container to carry 50 cal or Mark 19 ammo is a 60 millimeter mortar can. I don't know where they came up with this from, but it actually makes sense. So
Volume, yeah.
So where that matters is when we start talking about loading out a vehicle and having those raised aluminium fucking slots where you can set the can in and the can's not going to shift back and forth. You've got the ratchet straps to hold it down in case the vehicle rolls over for IE or whatever. So all of those are different between a 50 cal can and a Mark 19 can. So the Ranger Regiment, the Marines, the SEALs, everybody but 5th Group was doing it wrong. We were creating cotter pin plug and play racks that would go into the back of our vehicles based on whether or not that vehicle was going to be a Mark 19 vehicle or a 50 cal vehicle. And 5th Group decided, fuck it. If we just unload all of our ammo out of its factory containers and we feed it into 60 millimeter mortar cans, we can have one fucking vehicle setup as far as how everything is lashed down in the truck. So they made a hanger that came off the side of the Mark 93 cradle that held 60 Mike mortar cans with either 50 or Mark 19 ammo in them, right? But what they didn't have is all that foam bullshit that's in a Mark 19 can. Everybody track what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the recoil impulse was so bad on the fucking striker, that when you got to like the end of your link, it snatched your belt up during the recoil impulse, spun your ball detent, male, female, fucking pussy, fucking cock, fucking attachment between links, spun it around until it let go, and it threw your last 7 or 8 rounds of ammo out in front of your vehicle. And we adopted this motherfucker. It's the standard Mark 19 replacement for SF today as I fucking speak. And in 2003, I'm on a test range and I'm seeing this shit firsthand. And I'm like, you guys fucking adopted this? Have you lost your fucking minds? Am I the only motherfucker that has ever gone down range with a fucking Top Gun that thinks this is unacceptable? 60-degree declination hits halfway between the target of my dismounts and throwing the last 1/3 of my fucking can of ammo out of the vehicle like, and I'm spinning. Like, that's okay? Oh, but I got me some first round hits at 2,200 meters.
Why not make it like a closed bolt gun?
Dude, I don't know
what. Like a semi-auto closed bolt.
Dude,
it's not going to get hot.
And the HKGMG had the ability to go semi-auto because, I mean, we can all agree that the reciprocating mass of a 40 millimeter machine gun is going to create a lot of fucking issues. So maybe you have a selector lever on your gun where you can be like, boom, 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 boom. And I am basically a, high velocity 40 millimeter single shot fucking killing machine. And then up close when recoil no longer matters, when I'm at 300 and in, and I'm trying to pepper the side of a building or across a berm to fucking suppress multiple fucking individuals while my guys maneuver on them, then I throw it on auto and I get a little bit of more fucking ding, 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 ding. And I'm firing 3-4 round bursts. That's cool.
Yeah,
dude, that gun was a fucking shit box.
And I suspect a lot of that has to do with it being being light, and them trying not to have like an action stroke that's like a foot long, because that's really what you want. Is something like it spreads that recoil out over as long of a time as possible. That's like that weirdo shoulder fired 60 millimeter mortar thing that effing tried out.
But the problem is that like having excessive throw in the action versus overall length of the cartridge.
Well, yeah. But
I mean that you get into that zone.
Well, what got me started?
Because you guys actually understand physics wise.
What that's it?
Fucking retarded shit that I saw with my own two eyes.
Yeah.
And I was just like, in Vujade. I was like, I've never seen no fucking retarded ass shit like this gun operating right here, right now.
You started talking grenades, and I had to go look it up. Naval Ordnance wanted to make a 70 millimeter version of those high velocity.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Oh God,
4,000.
You got to be kidding me!
A 4,000 meter range, magazine belt clip, and they had a gun that was a drop-in replacement for a Mark 19 or M2.
So that's a bore-sided mortar, belt fed.
Yeah, basically, or magazine fed.
Jeebus.
Both Naval Ordnance and Colt made up guns for it.
It is Navy, though. Don't listen to the SEALs.
Exactly.
Well, that's like, and then I had to look at another thing was that same guy from Springfield that ran R&D there. After he got out in the Vietnam War, one of the projects he ended up working on as a privateer out there was putting bigger guns in planes. So he was one of the guys that figured out like the AC-36 and the AC-130s.
That's awesome.
And they're talking so like, we done fucked that up. They're like, he's talking. And he's like, we ran the numbers, and the 105 shouldn't flip the plane over. But they did make the project engineer fly along with the first test fire, just in case it does. He's
a little skin in the game.
Yeah, a little skin in the game.
I need to get that book.
It's like if the product engineer or the engineer team had to be the people to ride in the back of the first Osprey test flight.
Yeah.
No, it's guys. There's a lot of shit that we could talk shit about the test people, and believe me, I will talk shit about the test people. But like, I grew up during the Clinton era. When I say grew up, my formative years in the Army, and they're trying to push the OICW down our throat.
I wasn't going to bring it up.
And like I would go to Building 4 at Fort Benning when I was a pre-ranger instructor, and they'd have the infantry conference, and there they've got this mock-up of this goddamn Starship Troopers looking size fucking gun, and they just kept pushing it and kept pushing it and kept pushing it and kept pushing it, and then the program finally died. They had a fucking catastrophic range injury. That program was the first fire control where you got your fire data, and then the weapon transmitted the fire data down to a smart chip in the actual round, and that let the round know when it should airburst. Carl G could airburst just like the OICW, but you got a laser range where you want it to go, and then dial the nose of that HE round and lob that 84 millimeter flying Claymore out there. And it's going to go off at the amount of meters that you've dialed in onto the nose of the round. It's one of the things that makes the Carl G so awesome. And the fucking OICW was this attempt to have an infantry weapon where you had a 5-shot 20. They tried to go 25 millimeter.
Yeah, it's 25 millimeter.
I think initially they wanted to go 20, but they couldn't get the fucking kill radius that they needed, so they upped it to 25. And that's where the XM8's original operating system came from, because they had to make this tiny little bullpup looking 5.56 thing up front that was basically the 5.56 was the undermounted fucking grenade launcher to the 20 millimeter primary weapon system. If you guys are all wrapping your heads around what I'm saying. So anyway, they have gotten past the pulling of the fucking cord portion of OSTW at Aberdeen, and now they've gone to human live fire testing, and they have some type of fucking glitch, man, where that fire control center sent something to that round, and that round was like, yep, roger that, I don't care what you say, fuck your couch. And when the fucking dude fucking pulled the trigger, that thing went high-ordered in the gun. And the stories that came across the media was that the dude, the engineer, the test officer, the redneck that's been working for Aberdeen for how many years, I mean, I don't know what fuck title you want to give the guy. He got his fucking arm blown off, right? So I'm at NDIA like 14 years ago. And now the XM25 is out on the table being pimped, because that was the only way during the Clinton military to save face with OICW was they split the gun in half. The 5.56 portion became XM8, and the mag-fed grenade launcher portion became what is now XM25. Everybody tracking? So now I've got, because it's NDIA, National Defense Industry Association, Vegas trade show, I've got like Picatinny, Aberdeen, fucking like there is .gov people having booths on like SHOT Show. Like this isn't the beef jerky guy. This is the fucking government trying to shill their fucking wares in this fucking trade show. So I go up and I start fucking talking shit, not knowing that one of the women behind the table, and to save her fucking GS-15 ass, I'll go ahead and say that her name is Karen.
Fucking Karen.
So yeah, it's just a bunch of fucking dudes like, oh man, look at this. It's a grenade launcher. It's fucking blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, yeah, it's the grenade launcher that blew that dude's fucking arm off at Aberdeen. And she gets the ass. She's there on the range, right? And she put my man's belt on his arm and fucking saved him from bleeding out. And she gets all indignant with me, and she's like, it didn't blow his arm off. His arm was just hanging by some tissue. I was like, bitch, how the fuck do you know? She's like, because I put the tourniquet on his arm. And I'm like, wait, you were the program officer for that? I started laughing at it. Like, hey, I'm glad you know some fucking basic first aid, bitch. I'm glad my story's fucked up that I'm talking about his arm getting thrown 20 yards across the fucking range, and you are setting the record straight that it was actually held on by some tissue. But that doesn't fucking change the fact that your goddamn grenade launcher blew up on one of your fucking test subjects, you dumb cunt. So God, damn. How many days do I left in the military? Fucking 10.
The Marine Corps wanted to get dumb versions of the XM25.
Dumb as in it doesn't know where it's going. It doesn't have fire control.
Just a fucking magazine-fed grenade launcher based off of it.
Of course, because they love the fucking Punisher. And I wouldn't hump a Punisher if you fucking paid me. And I use the Punisher a lot, but I don't like hump it around in a backpack. Fuck all that. Like, that thing's in a vehicle. It has a job and it stays in the vehicle. When I get the fuck out of the vehicle, that fucking grenade launcher is not coming with me. There is no way, based on the shittiness of the lethality, the most non-lethal, should be lethal, advertises itself as lethal round that exists on the planet, is the NOM era, NOM fused fucking 40 millimeter round. and I'm actually giving the NOM round a bad fucking rap. The NOM HE round has a higher probability of detonating than the HEDP. Yeah. HEDP is the worst fucking cartridge load that we've ever made for any weapon system ever, unless somebody can like fucking read me out on some other system that I don't know about. The HEDP
we got to be able to stop those BDRMs and
we can get flank or rear hits on a BDRM. Who the fuck is shooting their individual grenade launcher in an armored vehicle? Well, where do you guys come up with that shit?
Or you get that BTR right in the wheel, you might be able to slow it down.
How about some more fucking laws? I love those. When fucking Tally made the fucking took the AT4 sights and put them on the law, retrofitted them back to A7. Dude, the M72 A7 is a great fucking little piece of gear, man. I'll carry it. It's just under 10 pounds, and I'll bust your ass with it. I mean, it's a fucking great little fucking rocket. But no, Marines running around with the small, fucking Army running around with the AT4, fucking Private 10 Peg. Congratulations. You are now the fucking preventer of the stack from going into the fucking fatal funnel because you've decided to cross plank yourself with a fucking 3.5 foot long rocket when you're in the middle of some CTV.
Again, back to this random shot book. That same dude was there. Where they figured out the whole like fucking spotting rifle thing back when they were trying to make the battalion AT program where they're trying to like field like these lightweight 105 recoilless rifles, the Pop T-72s with. And like, oh yeah, we can't get in that was the problem. They had some fancy sight on it, and their first run hit percentage just sucked. And they figured out came up with the whole spotting round thing. It's like, oh, this works pretty well.
Dude, the spotting round on the 105 on the gun truck was one of the best. Like the TOW 2 was a weak stepsister. It was an over-engineered. It's like that 105 on the gun truck is to the fucking ITV vehicle that like the M113 armored personnel carrier is to the Bradley. Like, you didn't get what the original requirement was about, and you good idea ferried yourself into another class of vehicle that you should have never been.
Yeah. It's just this caveman weapon.
Yep. No, I dude.
Actually, the TOWs, I was surprised. I was reading on like the initial like TOWs because that's when they figured out, okay, well, maybe this missile shit's better than recoilless rifles. And the TOWs, like out of the 3 different like contenders, the TOWs were the only thing that actually worked. So they like, okay, we're gonna do this. We're have this shoot off, and so you hits the target. Whoever does the best gets the contract. And the TOW did perfect, no problem. One of the shittier ones that failed later became the Dragon.
Oh, thank God! The only time I fucked with that thing, the only time I fucked with that thing was EIB. So I had to, during my expert infantryman's badge qual, I had to pass the Dragon fucking safety, like testing and whatever. But we didn't even employ that system in my Ranger battalion.
Yeah.
I think we had.
But you guys had Carl G's, pretty much.
We had 90s and Carl G's. Yeah. We had both.
It was the Ranger anti-tank something.
RAWS, Ranger Anti-Armor Weapon System.
Yeah, that's it.
The RAWS. Yes. So we brought the RAWS into the forefront, and it only took 20 years for the Army to adopt it behind us. But you bring a fucking horse to water. God damn. And then we were the first unit to be fielded the Javelin as well. Yeah, the Dragon, man, what a fucking piece of shit that thing was.
Based on, again, some video game experience with dragons, that thing is a piece of shit. It's like, it's like its effective range is like 200 meters to like 700. Anything closer than that, and it can't get on target fast enough. And anything farther than that, it runs out of little poppy, retro rockets to get it back on target.
Yeah, according to the manual, it was good out to 1,000, I think. And then, and we knew that in all of our manuals that all of those distances were conservative, that they had tested them out beyond that. And that was just so that, for the Russians or whoever was going to steal our publications. But and the flight velocity was quite low too in terms of it took forever to get out there.
Yeah. Whenever I hit the fleet, we still had the Dragons, and those things are so fucking slow. I mean, it was like you might as well send a telegram. Like it's so fucking slow.
You better hope there's not another tank that's going to go. Oh
yeah. Oh, there. Like
the whole idea to have
remember. You'd have to ask like an 0351 from that era what their life expectancy was, but it was like ridiculous on the battlefield because like once they're set up, they have to hold their fucking targeting clue on that dude, and it seems going boom 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 down range, and it's just like they can't break it. Like they have to hold it. So like the second they launch, like 60-degree fan behind them, lips and assholes everywhere. And everybody looks at
that. And that's why the tankers thought that the tankers were under the impression ours taking their AT-4 Sager as the surrogate weapon in this discussion. Our tankers' decision was as soon as you saw flash and launch, if you could just slew the gun and fire anywhere near that guy, that the detonation in his general proximity was going to make his asshole pucker and have him slew the crosshair enough that he was going to either burn out the retro rockets like my mate is talking about here, or just miss altogether and slew off the fucking target.
One of my drill instructors, he was 51, and Roland probably remembers this, but it was after Desert Storm. Saddam was acting like is maybe within the next year. He acted like he was going to go back into Kuwait, and they sent the MEB that was in the Persian Gulf at the time. They sent them into Kuwait, and they dug in on the line, which became Udari, and my drill instructor was in that unit. And so they were set up, and he was a dragon gunner, and this Iraqi truck starts hauling ass to the border, and they're hailing them. They're sending up, pop-ups and everything. The guy's not turning around, and his platoon sergeant is like, take the shot. And so he's got his dragon in front of the media and everything. He cracks off a shot with this dragon. He sends this thing, and the booster aiming jets
the
on
it. Explosive panels on the outside of the rocket.
Let's just call it retro rockets, because that's what it looks like to me. Let's put it in NASA terms.
He fires this thing, so it goes boom, and instead of going boom, 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 it goes boom, boom. And he's tracking, and this rocket goes straight up in the fucking air. And he's still tracking nothing. And he's tracking nothing. And then he hears boom, like to his right side down the gun target line. And he's like, what the fuck? And everybody freaks out, and he looks around like, what the fuck happened?
So,
and
go ahead.
This rocket went hot max ordinate and arced over and impacted right in front of friendly lines down to his right. His platoon sergeant turns to the media pool behind him. He's like, ladies and gentlemen, you just have witnessed the first actual combat firing of the new anti-aircraft Dragon missile. And that's it. He ended up on the cover of like Time magazine firing this Dragon missile that misfired. Went max ordinate.
Yeah. So how those actually worked is like the outside of the rocket have all these like little explosive charges, and it and depending on how you wanted to track it, they'd blow the charge on the left side, they'd blow the charge on the right side, or blow a charge on the top. And
so you have limited corrections.
Yeah. And once you blew off all the correction charges, it was ballistic from there on out. Yeah, it's like the most insane idea for like missile guidance you could possibly come up with. Oh yeah, let's just drop a bunch of little bombs to it and use those to guide it around.
Well, I'll tell you what though, that my unit in the boat company, like our 51s didn't even they didn't even take out the Dragons. They would draw their optics, and that was it.
Right,
and they would use a tow sight for surveillance.
The Dragonite sight was the only thermal device available to the fucking platoon in the 70s and 80s. I mean, I have an FM 7-8 infantry platoon squad that is dated 1979 or 1981, and it talks about the Dragonite sight as like, that's it. That's all you got to see bad guys in the dark kind of shit. So as some of the listeners may or may not know, javelins are kind of my thing.
That's awesome.
I have shot a bunch of them. I have been lucky in my life to be around places that javelin missiles were available. I have fired, I don't know, over 10, between 10 and 20 live javelin missiles.
I was going to say, as a taxpayer, I don't want to know how many you've shot.
Yeah, but I have also seen a javelin gas boost out and secondary motor not kick in, and assholes and elbows. And I've also seen a fin stabilizer not fucking engage because there are multiple fins. They're curved to stay in the tube, and after they leave, they are supposed to spring pop out. And I've had a javelin go hard right into the wood line, both of those resulting in EOD controlled debt. So as a steward of your taxpayer dollars, as awesome and as much as we're talking shit about dragon stories, I have personally seen the controlled debt of 2 javelin missiles in my lifetime when I was fucking there. In addition to the metric shit ton that I fucking fired just because we were allocated them and I was the fucking young guy. But
dude, whenever on my last deployment, when we were stuck babysitting the coal in Yemen, we did split ARG, so the rest of the ships went on up into the Persian Gulf to finish training, and so the other 3 companies ended up at Kuwait doing their training up at Udari, and they showed up, and Udari, whatever that command is that was handling, like I said, like we were talking about earlier, the war stocks and all that shit, they just done an inventory, and like the munitions had to get expended. And so they no shit had those 3 companies basically online, and every tow gunner, Cobra, and anything else that could fire a tow, they all got shoot. And so, like, within the Marine Corps, 3-1 had the most trigger time on the tow in a long time. Like, the most junior guy probably shot 10 tow missiles because they had to shoot out everything. And so it was just a massive spendex for the 2 months that we were fucking sucking hind tit over there in Yemen. Those dudes were just dumping tow after tow and dragon and fucking javelin and everything into the fucking berms and the fucking E-types. It was evidently incredible. So those dudes got all tuned up before the war, at least.
So the Jews,
Now we get to the Jews.
Yep. Those crafty motherfuckers. And I will preface the Jews comment with I am biologically Jew.
Yudin.
I am Yudin.
Where are your papers?
So, we gave the tow system to the fucking Jews, and they're not dealing with the Syrians. It's post Yom Kippur. Those guys got really good at hovering Cobras, putting fucking rounds in individual windows, like way before we did. Like, we never anticipated that for that purpose. And when they started having to deal with the troubles in the occupied territories, and they were doing, major military movements, and they ran into a hardened position where they've got, a dismounted patrol moving up the street, and somebody's decided to sandbag in and run belt fed out of the third story far left window at the corner. The Jews were the ones that perfected taking our tow missiles on our helicopters that we had never thought about fucking using. And because it was only heat back then, like tows only came in one flavor: shape charge to defeat Russian armor. That's the only
54 inches, man.
Yeah, there was no hey, we got this tow specially dual purpose high frag. Fucking no. And the Jews are throwing shape charges into rooms and fucking dudes up, man. Just with the overpressure. Like, I'm going to hit you with this fucking bullet, or I'm going to miss you with this bullet, hit the back wall, and when it detonates, the overpressure is still going to kill you. And, leave it up to the Israelis. Like, we gave them a helicopter, we gave them a missile, and they're like, you guys want us to use this against Syrian armor? That's great. Fucking Palestinian dude decided to put 180 sandbags in his fucking bedroom and fucking run a PK out the window. We have something for that. Boosh, pop, 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 boom, fucking. And we're all back here in America like, we can do that? Yeah, it's our shit. We gave it to the motherfuckers. So.
Same thing with D9s.
Oh, God damn, I love a D9 dozer.
Dude, that's the funny thing. It's like people don't even realize, in the buildup for Fallujah 2, the Marine Corps went straight to the Israelis because they just went through, was it Jolani?
Yeah.
And the Marine Corps went to the IDF and they're like, hey, how do y'all do this? Like, oh, we bulldoze the houses. Roger that. Trained up with them. And then that's how they worked up for it.
God, the D9 is a fucking armored D9 is a counterinsurgency fucking godsend. There's no doubt about it. Getting a single tier and shit. Oh, getting all misty. Think about it. The hood rat shit we did to motherfuckers. Oh, God.
You guys had access to one?
Dude. Yeah. So as AWG, we were bringing guys, we were bringing TTPs and shit like that, crosswalking or whatever. But yeah, during Talifar, there was some dozer use. And then during Ramadi, during the big Ramadi push in 06, there was a lot of dozer use as well. Those things
how do those handle stuff like the RPG-7s?
Dude, they were fully up armored, man. They were fucking slat armor, fucking standoff kits. Like, they were fucking monster powerhouses, man. They just fucking
just had a Crow machine gun on top, just for added fuck you. I'm looking at pictures of them.
Yeah, they were fucking amazing.
I remember playing around with them in VBS too. Doing Army video games.
Hey, man, I am totally not going to fucking geek out or blame you on geeking out. I am a current World of Tanks fucking addict. and like I can't stop. I'm looking at the time and like trying to debate whether or not I can fucking. Oh, I already missed daily XP. God damn it! But whatever. I missed double XP for you fucking people. That's what I do for my internet peeps.
No, I did a lot of testing for like the initial VBS2 rollout and like the British Ministry of Defense, their version of it too, since everyone got localized versions. Cool. With all their equipment and stuff. And so we're like, okay, yeah, we've got all these keys and shit. And it's like, okay, well, let's get this flatbed, make a big like semi truck gun truck and go drive down like the green zone in Baghdad because we can do that.
Yeah, it happens.
We did some other cool stuff like was it ITSEC every year, the training and simulation trade show. We'd all sit in our underwear and run through scenario live.
The mental image that conjures is kind of mentally damaging.
Dude, I'm not judging it all, bro. I'm just laughing because you're open and honest.
It would be like in, the show would be like in Rome or Prague or wherever the fuck it was. And, okay, we've got a 10 o'clock run through. And it's like, oh, shit, that's like 4 a.m. All right. We'll wake up, do a dry run, then go do it for real.
I love it. Fuck it, let's do it live. I love it.
Well, and one of the things is like they do is we'd all like after we ran through the scenario, it's all this like OP4 bullshit. Like, oh yeah, I gotta like shoot my gun, but don't actually shoot any of the good guys because that would look bad. And so it's like 20 times of like just repeating like, oh yeah, I'm guarding this stairwell. I'm supposed to shoot over here and then get shot. But then we'd all like line up in formation, and the audience there would tell us to do all stupid stuff. So we got really good at like in the video game, like doing like star formations and turning into circles and stuff. It's like fucking virtual band camp. It was kind of retarded, but we did it anyways. All to impress some general at some, Second World Army somewhere. Some
Second World Army. I love it.
To play it safe, we might need Meckley to show us what he was just working on and show everyone on the camera, just so we can verify it's functional and it's not installed correctly.
You probably saw me dicking with it before. It's been ages since I took apart a 1911. So like when I got it back together, it was like, fuck, it's not going in. It's on camera. No, I got it. But combat unit, 9mm 1911 from Colt that I picked up today. Wanted a man gun, don't want to buy new fucking ammo. So this is
that's nice.
Yeah, I'm talking with Tim right now on, some minor upgrades I can make to it.
I've got 2 Colts right here. Pow, 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 Kimbo.
Yeah, dude, I was looking at it like same frame as the M45. It's basically the M45 chambered in 9mm.
Oh, that's nice, man.
Yeah,
I'd actually shoot that.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, I would actually take that to a class or carry it or something like that. I haven't shot. Yeah, shut up, Owen.
Dude, I'm just saying.
No, but like I haven't shot a 1911. Like I've kind of in so long that I've kind of forgotten how easy the trigger is just to jump onto it and shoot it without really thinking about it. Like I've shot Glocks for so long that I kind of need something to change it up. I like having different pistols in the safe, just to mess with it. I think my general shooting, yeah.
That's just what I had in arm's reach of me in the time that you fucking talk that shit. So there you go. That's when people talk about a grip of Glocks, that is literally a grip of Glocks.
I've got.
You notice he's wearing his Peltors right now.
Shut your face, hippie. And wait, I do have one of these.
Pew!
What?
With Bomar target sights.
That reminds me. Dawson adjustables are definitely on this thing, although it doesn't really need it. At least as far as I can shoot.
Well, these are the heirloom guns we recently acquired. This combat commander and this.
I love it. We're talking about modern advancements in fucking firearms, and here we are.
And yet, this is my carry gun right here, and my Eidolon.
And mine's over on the nightstand.
The difference is, though, is like I can actually work on a 1911, a Glock. I really can't work on. I just swap parts.
Basically, for monkeys like me, that's the attraction. You see me working an AR. It's not a very process.
You just need to sit through a class with me. Or not even a class, dude. We just need to sit down over some beer. And
I need to go. I need to go to an armorer's course for both Glock and AR at some point.
I need to get off my ass and start teaching them.
Yeah. Why haven't you done that?
Dude, that's a long, convoluted story. Long, convoluted story. But I do have some documentation. Some materials that I've put together. Like our first 30 minutes of conversation in this modcast. Like I did one document that would cover it all. I'm pretty sure. And it's just interior ballistics and how everythh ties together. I think I need to post it up. This gun probably hasn't been shot in like 30 fucking years, man. And God, you can pick it up. It still works like the day it was made.
But you know, the fucked up part is, so I picked this up and I put maybe 100 rounds through it, just to kind of, get a feel for it and test fire, because who doesn't want to shoot the gun that they just bought immediately? Noticed immediately there was some weak extraction issues, and of course the stock Colt mags were doing the classic 1911 fucking feed ramp tap dance, and so that's going to get, for the most part, solved by some Wilsons. But the extractor, luckily the FFL I go to has a gunsmith, 1911 guy, a couple of them actually on staff, and he's like, "Here, let me check it out." And he took it back and tuned the extractor for me and handed it back to me. Because I was like, because I had a couple shell casings hit me square in the forehead, and one of the range masters, is a friend of mine, was standing behind me because he wanted to shoot it, because he's the one who actually was like, "Hey, did you notice we got this in the case?" He's like, "If you weren't going to pick it up, I probably would have tried to pick it up." And I was like, "Hey, watch the ejection pattern." It's like, it was doing the Glock thing where it was like kind of ejecting all over the place, and I was having a couple stovepipes. So yeah, the stock Glock mags. Dick.
Yeah. Yep.
I don't know about you guys, but I thought tonight's show was pretty good. That was good stuff.
Dude, that was like a quarter of what could have been said.
Yeah. And it was especially nice having Jim and Jose and Dugan, and Jordan just took off. He had to go to bed. But good panel. Real good panel.
Yeah.
I threatened Jose that he's coming back for sure.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't want to pester Jim yet.
I listened to about an hour of it before I had to cut it off because I had people around. But I'll have to go back through and listen to the whole thing.
I don't know if you guys saw, I just posted in the side chat, the moderator side chat. There's already exclusive for stills from the Rogue One sequel.
That was good. It's probably the most action-packed Star Wars movie I've seen yet.
Loved it.
Don't tell me I haven't seen it yet. La, 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 la.
No, I'm not. I won't spoil it, man. I went through that whole. Dude, no, I had to deal with 2 weeks before I got to see The Force Awakens. While I was over there. Luckily, they brought it over there, so we actually got to go see it. But no, I had to dodge spoilers on Facebook like a ninja for 2 weeks.
Yeah. That's rough. That's like a full-time job, just dodging spoilers.
Dude. Yeah, mentally taxing because it even begin to, Because you'll be scrolling through Facebook and, you kind of arbitrarily skim stuff. No, you have to focus on that feed and filter out everything. I actually download like a blocker that blocked anything about that up to a certain date.
Well, I will say this, though, that it was at the same time, I don't want to see spoilers. It was reassuring to see like Steven and Roland like commenting on like how awesome it was. I was like, all right, cool. I can wait a little bit longer.
Yeah, it was legitimately good.
Now, I do have a word of warning though for listeners. I'm not no spoilers right now, but Thursday night show, we might get into some discussions on it. So they may turn up. So just be aware.
Well, I won't be here, so
It's just somebody's going to miss that little addendum, and then you might want to post that up as like an announcement in the group, like, "Hey, if you haven't seen this, don't listen to this," because somebody's going to be arbitrarily listening to it, like as a
they get the plans to the Death Star. Damn it! And
that
was that. Okay.
We know that, but
that's the joke.
No, I was really impressed. They actually delayed it too because they apparently weren't happy with the way things were going the first time through, kind of, or what they had working on. So I was happy they did that. Ridley Scott's a legitimately good director, and then I can't wait for Blade Runner.
Yes.
That is my all-time favorite sci-fi movie, bar none.
I can't wait for Roland's life story.
Not going to happen. Never going to happen.
No, but dude, it could be the next Lego movie. And it could be like Walt portraying you as a Lego character with the mall and everything.
Nope.
Hey, there's
a Lego motherfuckers.
Yeah.
No. Then it's going to be look at the Delta guys. Looks like they're following the SEAL's footsteps.
So a little side note, primary and secondary business thing. For any of you listeners, we adjusted one of the settings. When you post an original post to the group, it goes through a mod first, or it needs mod approval. Basically what that does is it eliminates the appearance of heavy-handedness. It also is going to stop some repeat posts. It's going to intercept things before they turn into issues. Hopefully this is going to create some peace and harmony. We've been doing it not all day, but most of the day. Most of the big groups already have that activated, and it's working really well. So, yeah, if you post something and you don't see it appear right away, that's why.
Wait, we've been live this whole time?
We are.
Oh.
He's trying to rewind.
What did I say?
See, if you're on a computer up in the corner.
Ah, damn it.
Womp womp.
Well, at least you didn't try to put an AR-15 together wrong on camera.
Yeah, but I didn't do that live, luckily.
It was.
Oh, God damn it. Oh, wait, it was. God damn it. Although I did go back and watch that, and luckily the amount of panel people blocked me putting the grip on backwards. Oh man, that was a fucking dumpster fire.
You'll never do it again.
No,
wrong. I mean, you won't do it wrong.
I'm still kind of chuckling at Roland, basically, like. Like he could see the gears spinning in my head and was like, "Yep, he doesn't have sandpaper, so he's going for a knife." Like that's it. Like what you said earlier. I'm the evil end user, like the kind of guy that will fuck something up.
Nah, you're not that bad.
I don't know.
Dude, you're no different than a lot of my coworkers. That if like, and it's not just me, like if you had 30 minutes to sit down with not even a dude of my stature, not to sound like arrogant, but like somebody that knows more to like walk you through it, you'd be fine from then on. Like you're a consummate student of the game and you're a quick study. So, and you have good mechanical and physical comprehension. So easy day.
But
like you can say you won't fuck up on camera again. That doesn't mean you wouldn't do it on camera again. If you ever do it on camera again, you're not going to fuck that up.
No, I will not ever. Ever.
Because you learn from your mistakes.
Oh yeah. No,
fuck the haters. Hey,
well,
dude.
I've done that.
Hey,
I've actually done that.
Hey, man, if you can fuck up before other men and like hold your head up high, right on, man.
What the Pat's fucking rolling in his grave right now. The failure is what produces learning.
Yeah, all it is, man. Dude, like the past week, seriously, like I spent 14 hours a day at least on the light end.
Oh,
learning modeling software. Like, in my frustration, like I know what I want it to look like. I know what the dimensions need to be. I'm trying to figure out how they're going to allow me to achieve that. Right? I'm just trying to figure out their language, their rules, and all that shit. And I've been doing that for a fucking week straight, and I ain't stopping, man.
So you'll like on the annals of weird malfunctions and shit that you can't make up. So I AI'd a one-day carbine with Kevin this Sunday, and so we're doing the mod Navy qual. We've got some steel set up, so we weren't doing it on paper. But we had some fairly representative small steel silhouettes that are about 8x8 or 8x10, and I'm watching this guy shoot it, and I see this kind of shiny green colored thing, come out of his magazine. It is empty, and I see it go in. Well, he goes for the mag change, and then the mag change doesn't clear it or whatever. Puts it in, feeds it. Gun locks up. We're like, the fuck was that? Like I saw it and I was like, before I could stop it, I was like, what was that? And Kevin's got the pictures. It was those the breath mints, like the little roll of breath.
It's a Jolly Rancher in an M9 mag.
No, it wasn't. It was close.
Really? Do we have to go
Lifesavers?
No, it was the Lifesavers wrapper was in the very bottom of his magazine. And somehow fed into maybe his kid was trying to help him load a magazine for him and stuff that thing in there. But it was I've never seen something like that find its way into a mag unless it dropped into a mag carrier. He put his mag on top of it and somehow it got picked up with it. I don't even know how it got there, but it managed to. And this was after he was already having problems with the black follower magazines that he still had from when he was in the Rangers back in the early 2000s. It was where the fuck did that come from? Completely killed his entire second run. It was oh. And after that, he was just I'm just going to go back. I'll see if Kevin can send me the photos because that shit's hilarious. We stopped it, took photos of the wrapper stuck in there. I thought it was a super polished green tip round that found its way in there. No, it was a candy wrapper.
I've seen a Marine get kicked off the range on qual week in MSG school because she inserted a magazine and it stuck in the feed lip. Between the top round and the feed lip was a gum wrapper that started a malfunction right off the bat. And They straight up kicked her off the range. And I'm standing there as a State Department guy. I'm like, what the fuck just happened? Like, oh, she's all fucked up. She should have like not put it in a gun. I'm like, well, you didn't have her check the fucking top round, did you? They're like, no. I'm like, you made her feet load from her fucking pocket, didn't you? Yeah. I'm like, well,
that's actually that actually makes sense. That could probably be where it was.
Yeah, it was in a pocket, and it just grabbed something that was in there. And that's why it's best not to load from pockets. I'm not gonna say don't, because
I have like half a Copenhagen can stuck in a magazine.
Yeah. Have a pouch, pouch of snooze in there.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I'm ready to cut the feed. Unless Roland wants to stay up and keep on talking, but he has World of Tanks.
He already missed his boost, though.
It appears that we have now been going for 5 hours? 5 hours.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm amazed at how long everybody can talk about this stuff.
Oh, yeah. And we officially have one dislike on this video.
Really?
Yeah.
What the fuck? I wish it would show you who disliked.
One, just one asshole, basically.
Yeah.
Was that in the last, like, does it at least give you a timestamp on when those?
Oh, now we have two.
Oh, yeah, right.
Smart ass.
Now we have one. Yeah, the magic one just appeared in the last, I'd say, 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah, because it probably hopped on like right now in the midst of our kind of wind down conversation.
Mm-hmm. The credits are pretty much rolling right now.
There's good information. Trust me.
Yeah, talking about the Hodge gun and well, Chad, anything to close up with? You'll be teaching any woodworking courses?
God, no. Yeah, World of Guns. There's a lot of shit out there. We did not touch on like 1%.
No.
And, for every person that was talking and making a point, probably 4 of us had either counterpoints or supplementary like statements to make on that would have provided more information on those specific things. But I really wish we could get Chris Taylor on here, because he's like my spirit animal. But seriously, like that dude, like what's rattling around in his brain, like, dude, like anytime I have an idea, I approach him and I'm like, all right, this is probably a dumb idea. That's my preface to any idea I have with him. And from then I'll let him shoot me down. But I really want to get him on here for a gun talk. It's cool having Jim on here and Jose and Roland. Of course, it's awesome having, Jordan on here too. There was more talent than voice in this modcast. That's for sure. And I just want to speak to that.
Did you guys by chance discuss, because I know that question Roland posted, it was a while back, but like, so why did the carbine, which started as kind of like a lever action?
Oh, we didn't go there.
You didn't?
Okay. That can be another one. Basically, we started this. I had 3 points to cover if we needed to, and they were broad enough where we could go anywhere. It worked out great. The intent was gun nerd. It would just go wherever the conversation goes. Nice. Yeah, I think like a carbine central.
Boys did good.
Yeah.
Like Down and Dirty would be kind of a cool focus if we want to like branch this off into a kind of its own series. Because that's where my head's at. Like I thought that question was intriguing as far as like why did the carbine lever action, where obviously volume of fire in an accurate, platform was kind of introduced and then kicked to the wayside in favor of big caliber battle rifles that you saw in like World War I and whatnot.
Well, and it was really cool, at least in the discussion we had tonight, was talking about those big calibers and how the Germans basically made an intermediate round with an intermediate weapon, which, based on our discussion, it was pretty much the equivalent of a 300 Blackout in purpose. So great discussion. Good stuff.
Yeah, I think as a caveat to that, I think Gary Roberts would be a good person to try to get involved with a follow on that, because from previous conversations I've had with him about the 6mm and 7mm cartridges, and how that scrolls back within a long time debate of caliber selection, how that transcends, and how it comes back to certain knowns. It's a trade-off, like what Roland was saying about the machine guns. Is like, well, what's the mission? Like, is this going to be a standoff fight? I'll go with the GPMG. If this is going to be an assault roll and running with my guys and kicking doors and spraying across the alleyway into the next building, all right, cool, I'll run with this. The caliber, the bullet, and all that stuff, it's kind of, well, what are the parameters? What's the stated need of the person or group that's going to use this? Because, if you're stating that you need a 200-yard gun, well, what's your parameters for that? Why are you saying you need a 200-yard round that's going to do everything you need within 200 yards? Are you never expecting to fight a 300 or 400-yard engagement? But anyways, I think getting Gary Roberts in here, because he knows a lot more than just shooting jello shots. Like, there's a lot more than that. There's a lot more depth to that, and a lot of that is the history.
Yeah, it was really neat to hear Jordan and Jose just kind of have a back and forth.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to going back and listening to the whole thing.
I do want to. I didn't get a chance to earlier because there was a lot of, it was a very compact room, but Jose early on for me when I was back at state, that dude was there for me, man, and he actually tried to pull my shop, our whole operation. He offered to pull us in under the SOCOM umbrella, and my bosses wouldn't have anything of it. But he provided a lot of information for me to fight the fight on my end. So it was awesome to get him in here finally, because he's good people. Obviously he's good people, but the fact that I can consider him a pal, like, really, he's like I should be sitting on his knee asking for stories.
Are you saying he's old?
No, I'm just saying. Well, yeah, he's old, man. Look at that beard, man. He's all gray and shit. That dude has jumped into combat, into every fucking conflict since like fucking 1980 or 1880, whichever.
Whatever comes first.
I don't know. Roland can confirm or deny, but no, seriously, he's like jumped into combat like everywhere. Roland's like face shooting tanks right now.
Yeah, he is. No, he's eating his TV dinner.
Still here. I'm actually about to go get me a T-bone steak. Num num num.
Anything to go before you go? So I have this funny looking Glock with a funny engraving on it. I don't know if you can see that, but it's kind of unique.
Yeah, that's cool. I saw that on Facebook today.
Yeah. A lot of people are asking about that. They kind of want to do that.
Very nice. That's cool. Very cool.
Any comments about that? Anything to say?
Yeah, I don't have one.
That's not the direction I'm going.
So is that the Landfair special?
No, it's a Roland special.
Yeah. No. In 2017, the one-stop shopping on the Roland special is going to be a thing. We've got a setup where we've laid out the parts and how it's going to work out and whatever. And so Doug is going to build like ground up Roland specials for guys that just want to throw money at the problem and not have to piece together their gun like Legos and go to this vendor and that vendor and order this and fit this and do that. And you just be able to, go to ODS or whoever and order the RS directly.
It's interesting how that's definitely going to streamline things and make it so much easier and no wait time. It's funny also to read people's comments on this picture and go, oh, I wonder what number mine would be, or I wonder what number mine should be.
Yeah.
You're 1, Doug is 2, I'm 3.
There you go.
Matt, anything to close up with?
No, I jumped in admittedly late, and I didn't get to listen to the first 2 hours and then the last 2 hours. So I from what I did get to listen to, it was pretty good information. I mean, I half of the stuff I'm getting on Wikipedia and looking up, but beyond that, it was good stuff. Kind of confined my knowledge to the more modern platforms. I didn't even realize how deep the GPMG rabbit hole goes when Roland got into discussing it.
Well, that was cool. And I've said it before.
Saw and the fucking 240.
Yeah. And I think I've said this before, how I found AR15.com is pretty much about the what. And Light Fighter is about the how. Primary and secondary is about the why. You ask Roland a question, he provides it. And what is it, a month from now? We'll be at SHOT. Yay.
You will win.
Yeah, we will.
Yeah, you'll be.
Cool. Roland, anything to any final remarks?
No, SHOT 2017 is going to actually be as epic as I thought SHOT 2016 was going to be when I figured there was no way that I could be on the military past March of this year. Even Steven, like it or not, the next time that industry sees me at SHOT, I will be a civilian, says the military. So I need to establish some meetings with some people. I want to branch out in terms of consulting. My clients are all about understanding that I work for other clients as long as they're not in the same realm or vocation, if you will. So if you're not a holster manufacturer or a laser manufacturer, if you're a fucking gun dude, keeping in mind, you know where my gun loyalties lie. Your shit better fucking shit rainbow Tiffany cufflinks if they're going to take your money to fucking not shoot the guns that I've been shooting for the past decade. Or body armor load carriage, whomever. If you want to consider having being a client for Presscheck for either business development or product development under NDA means, then by all means reach out to either PNS or myself. and we can arrange an appointment during SHOT and talk about some type of equitable arrangement. That's all I got.
Cool. Yeah, I have some meetings scheduled for SHOT, and that's going to be one of my favorite aspects to bring up. If we're going to have some kind of a contract, if you produce something crappy, we're going to have to call it out. We can't play favorites. That's not what we do. People don't like it, but it's just how it works. Someone needs to be honorable and ethical in the industry. I'm not saying no one is, but I feel compelled. Cool. Yep. I think that should do it. That was ModCast number 84. And Roland has 10 more days before he retires. And then we all congratulate you. You can find us at primaryandsecondary.com. We have a forum at primaryandsecondary.com/forum. We have, I believe, 17 or so public groups, everything from basic firearms to medical to hunting. We do have a hunting group. We have a group that focuses on, call it the workbench group. It's gunsmith stuff, armor stuff. So if you have issues, go there. We have actually certified people that will help out and help diagnose issues. We are on iTunes. We're on Stitcher Radio. Give us a like, give us a share. Thanks for joining us.